started. And actually, I know that Representative Humphreys will be joining us on WebEx. She is traveling, and then we have Representative Ruiz, who is going to be replacing Representative Woodard today. So we'll go ahead and get started, and we're going to go and review some of the items that we had discussed at the prior meeting. And so I'd ask Dylan Deere with the Kansas Legislative Research Department to give us an update on those items. Dylan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm going to touch briefly on a couple of items that were requested from some other state agencies. Definitely in the part of the Department of Corrections, we do have representatives of the Department of Corrections here can answer those questions. And I believe OJA will probably be here a little bit later this morning. The first thing I'd like to mention is there was a request regarding overtime expenditures at the Department of Corrections. You should have a one-page document in front of you with just a little graph on it, and that's going to show historical overtime expenditures, and you can see that the projection for OT in fiscal year 2023 is currently $16.3 million on an estimated salaries and wage budget of $226.4 million. That's about 7.2% of the salaries and wage budget at the Department of Corrections. Like I said, I just want to bring these things to your attention, and if you would like to direct them to the agency, you can. You should have a one-page document that says KHP responses to committee inquiries that looks like this. It just, that's in the subject line. It says Kansas Highway Patrol at the top. And these are organized by legislators who ask the requests. So there's quite a few questions about the number of recruits, who's retirement eligible. Okay, there's questions regarding military personnel, tattoo policies. So there was quite a few questions that they had to get back to you on, and so those responses are contained in here. There was a request to the judicial branch regarding how, if you look at the particularly district magistrate judges, how do you determine workload? And so that's this study. So this large packet will have information on the workload assessment. And like I said, judicial branch will be here shortly. And there is a request for information regarding the Kansas Judicial Personnel Needs Model. And it's sort of a table. It's green and yellow. That is here. That is correct. And so, like I said, those conferees will be here soon. Probably would be more correct to direct those questions towards them. I just wanted to make you aware that those materials are available. Moving to stuff that I am more familiar with, you should have two documents before you. One is a big blue packet like this. It's about 88 pages. So there was a request for information about the number of classifications, so basically job titles by agency, all right, and incorporating the Board of Regents data, which, as you recall, the Board of Regents is a little bit more complicated because they operate a separate personnel system than the rest of the state. And so the Division of Personnel Services worked with the Regents institutions and was able to draw down some of those reports, and we were able to integrate it into one. So what you see in the first column is the total FTE by classification, and these are actual personnel, not budgeted personnel. Okay, so these are the number of actual employees that were at these institutions at a point in time, is the way that's being reflected. And then if you go to the second and third column, that's average compensation. So if you look at an accountant, for the Adjutant General, they have 8 people who are in that classification. The average hourly compensation is $23.59. The annual salaries are about $49,000. All right. The next column is going to be the market comparison. So where the Department of Administration had that market survey data, okay, that's been incorporated into the next column, which you see there. And then average years of service. So of those 8 people, they have an average years of service of about 16 years. Obviously, your average hourly compensation tends to go up as the total years of services goes up. And there was lots of questions about the number of classified versus unclassified personnel. And so those next 2 columns are showing you that information regarding classified and unclassified. I realize it's a large stack of information. If you want some additional detail on it, We can, of course, answer those questions on a case-by-case basis. I also thought it might be a good tool for budget committees going forward. When you have questions about who's actually at, various agencies, you can kind of look at it and see, where they're at as a snapshot, as a point in time. Obviously, if they have vacant positions, they would not be reflected inside of this report. There's also some little bits of variations. Some of the regents institutions have some temporary personnel in there. Not very many, but they do have some temporary. It just becomes very difficult to filter those out when you're talking about very different personnel systems. So there's that information you have before you. The next one, there was a question. We presented a report on boards and commissions, and there was a request is like, which one of these have not recently met? Okay, so here are boards and commissions without recent meeting dates. It's gray on the top, tan down the left-hand side. So this information is preliminary. We're still doing some research on this. The fact that there's often not data makes it very difficult to prove a negative in many cases. But what you're going to see on the right-hand column, it'll often say unknown. If we were unable to find a meeting date that was recorded, now that just means that they haven't met in so long that we don't have a record of the last time that they met. And if we do actually have a date, we've identified that there. And when we know, then when it's unknown, but we know that it's been at least a certain amount of time, such as the Contact Lens Advisory Council, we've indicated how long we can verify that using agency personnel resources, there hasn't been a meeting. So, for example, I was able to talk to the director of the Board of Optometry. She's like, well, it's been at least 11 years. So in those cases, we've indicated that, just to give you as much information as you can have. There's some entities that we did not include on the lists because although they're still in statute, they have sunsetted, like the Child Welfare Advisory Board. That entity is sunsetted, so it didn't seem, even though they're still in statute technically, okay, their authority has elapsed, and so there didn't seem to be any reason to sort of include them in this portion of the report. But we're still verifying some of those sunset dates that are in here. But anyway, that is some additional background information that you had requested. With that, I would stand for questions on those two items as well as the other items, which I have a lot less information about.
All right, thank you, Dylan. First question I have is going back to the 88-page blue packet. And I'm just, looking at basically the front page with the adjutant general. And so if we look at accountant, they're 24% under market. Oh, I think Senator Francisco needs to give us some treats. Oh, Senator Billinger. Oh, I just saw you react. But we're looking at the average years of service, and it's 16. And then you come down to, what is MACA administrator? What does MACA stand for?
I would have to look that up. I mean, that's a specialized acronym for the adjutant general.
Okay.
And so I could probably find that out for you if I sat down and pulled up their personnel record, but I'd have to look it up.
And so by this report, it looks like the wages are at market?
They are not. So if there is nothing in that market comparison column, that just means we don't have data for it.
We don't have data for it?
We do not have data
Okay.
for it. So blanks indicate no data. I only included data where the market or salary survey had done a survey.
Well, and that's why I was a little confused. I guess I missed that part where if there was nothing there, that means there was no data because that has 0 years of service.
Right, which probably just means that person's new. So they averaged out to new, or that, yeah.
All right, so we'll look through that. And then going to the boards and commissions with non-recent meetings, obviously it's in statute that the Consolidation Study Commission of Kansas City and Wyandotte County last met in 1996.
That's correct. Like I said, we're still reviewing where there were sunsets, okay, in some of these statutes, but in most of these we've not found an actual sunset, and so that's just a question of whether or not that needs to be removed, whether you would want to remove those from the books in those cases.
I'm assuming that was set up when they became a unified government.
That's correct.
So is there any reason why we need to have that commission still on statute?
That is a legitimate question, but I think it's a policy question that would be best addressed by this body.
And then obviously then looking on the second page with the Kansas Bioscience Authority, I mean, that's been dissolved, so there's no need to have that anymore.
So I would preface this by saying that obviously the state entity has been dissolved, and the responsibilities for that have been devolved upon the Department of Commerce. I believe there is a non-state sort of agreement organization that still kind of exists. It doesn't operate via this statute, but I just want you to know that I have heard that there's still a Kansas Bioscience Authority that more acts as like making contacts inside that field and stuff like that. But it doesn't operate underneath this statutory authority.
So all of these commissions or boards that we have on this packet, are there current members on all of these, or some of them have vacant?
In most cases, if it's unknown or a long period of time, they do not have current members.
They do not have current members.
That's correct.
All right. Any further questions for Dylan? Representative Depperding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just picking on the ones that we kind of went through last time. Highway Patrol, it looks like the blue packet, it answered the questions I had there. Unless I'm just not seeing it, the other ones we were talking about was in Department of Corrections, CO1, CO2. I don't even see them listed. I'm looking at page 6 of the blue packet. And maybe I'm just not seeing it, but I do not see anything for corrections officers in Department of Corrections.
So let me work down. Oh, it's in the, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, JG. So that's the Department of Corrections Central Office. And so if you look at the facilities, if you look like, any one of the different correctional facilities, you'll probably see them there. So that's fine one.
So they're listed separately.
Ellsworth Correctional Facility is on page 17. And so if you look on page 17 in the middle, you'll see corrections counselor, corrections managers,
Okay,
correction
that's all
officers,
that's
1A,
all I
1B,
need.
and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Thank you, JG. Should have been obvious to me.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dylan, this may be remedial, and I may already know the answer to this, but just in case, let's throw this out here. When we're looking at the overtime expenditures that were going on in Department of Corrections, we see them skyrocket. Which bucket of funds does overtime come from, and is it different than regular salary?
I mean, it just gets classified as salaries and wages. It's not treated any differently than any others.
Okay, so in theory, rather than spending this money on overtime, we could spend it on giving employee pay raises or recruiting for new people rather than overtime employees.
Certainly, I mean, if this money were not spent on overtime, it could be spent on regular operational costs, or it doesn't even have to be spent on salaries and wages. I mean, it's almost all SGF is what you're seeing here.
So it's fungible.
Correct.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any further questions for Dylan? All right. I don't see any, which you'll be available all day today, so if we have questions, we can reach out to you. Thank you, Dylan. Next, we'll move on to, actually, at the last meeting, I think this was the most popular guy when we had questions. Report on the state employee compensation. So Craig Knowlton, the Director of Personnel Services with the Kansas Department of Administration. Craig? Is your mic on?
There we go. Now it is. Okay. Sorry about that. Should have learned last time. Good morning. Thank you for having me back. I believe we're handing out one more stack of paper for your already significant stack. It is a one-pager, or maybe two, I don't know. It's front and back, and it's basically a summary of the information that Dylan provided just on the numbers of employees per agency. So, and it splits it out for classified, unclassified, and then we split unclassified into unclassified regular, and then the unclassified temporary with benefits. So for for an employee in one of those unclassified temporary with benefits, the distinction between that and a regular position is irrelevant, but for budgeting purposes, the unclassified regulars are always FTEs, unclassified temps not necessarily. So as Dylan said, what we provide is a head count of active employees, and this information is as of Monday. So just wanted to provide that. There were some questions about that last time. Wanted to make sure we had that. In addition, kind of to follow up on his explanation on the regents information, each university has their own payroll system. So in order to get data from them, we have to reach out to them individually and compile it. So what was provided to Dylan was the last time we had that information from all of them was, I believe, for CanView purposes, so it would have been the end of the fiscal year. We will work with them before the beginning of the session to get that updated. So those totals that you see today may change based on the updated information that we will receive. So, and one other thing I will point out, if you look back to that, the by agency handout, you will note that the Kansas Board of Regents itself is actually in there because they utilize Sharp like all other agencies. It's only the universities that have their own payroll system. So we always find that kind of interesting. But so we can provide K-Board data, just not the universities. And to a question that you had, Mr. Chairman, about the benchmarking, what we do, so like in those accountants, our benchmark was the accountant 3, which is the middle of that series. So we use that to kind of scale the rest of those series if we have a multi-level series. We can't go out and send out all of our surveys for every single one, so that's what we do. You will see so many different job titles that we just don't have benchmarks on. Like the one I don't know what that acronym was for the adjutant general anyway. So we send out what we feel are common benchmarks that other employers will be able to match to. For those other types of positions, what we do is we try and get it to as close of a fit as we possibly can. If it is, if it is a fiscal position that is doing accounting type functions, but it is called fiscal officer or something like that, we would consider that when we looked at doing things for the accountant. So that's basically how we look at things when we apply, who's going to get increases, how we would catch everybody in there. So no, that's not an exact science, but as you can see with the multiple different job titles there, it is very hard to get benchmarks for even a majority of them. So, and I really didn't have any, other than that handout, I really didn't have anything new. Dylan and I were talking earlier, and he thought that there may be some follow-up questions from the information last time, or if there's anything that I can address, maybe that from some of the information that Dylan handed out this morning, I'd be happy to stand for questions or anything that the committee has.
All right, thank you, Craig. So going back to the comment that you made in regards to just using it as an example, the accountant 3 as the baseline.
Yes, sir.
Of deciding what the pay is going to be. And that's going to be consistent through this entire blue packet? Is you use accountant 3 as the baseline, and then depending on how the person started out as accountant 1, or what's the highest level?
There is an accountant 5 level.
Accountant 5.
But what you'll see is a lot of the unclassified job titles don't necessarily have a number. So it's like we're not entirely sure what that level is until we look at it. That's when we have to look at working title, which is something that, an agency can assign to have a specific role, like a grants administrator or something like that, that is in a public service administrator job title. So it gets kind of confusing, but that's kind of what we have to do, is use those benchmarks and then figure out what are the most comparable positions to the position that we have the data on.
So another thing that came to mind is, so is it possible that within certain agencies or departments that we have, let's take accountant, for example, where you have an accountant 4, but an accountant 1 for a starting wage may be higher than what an accountant 4 is making.
It would be possible, but there would have to be a couple of pretty extreme circumstances. If you hire an accountant 1 with exceptional qualifications, you can go above what the normal starting rate would be. So if someone's coming in with some experience, you could start them higher out than you normally would. It's possible that a brand-new accountant 4 who just promoted, they may be close, but I think there should be probably 20 to 25% difference between the pay grades. So it would have to be a pretty extreme circumstance. Now, between a 1 and a 2, absolutely there could be that kind of overlap, or even 2 and 3. So there are those potentials, but it just, I think Dylan's statement in general, the longer an employee has been here, the further out on the pay grade they will be, particularly for the classified. The unclassified is a little different. It's just the way there's so much more flexibility that a particular individual can impact that pay for that position more so than for the classified service.
Okay. Now, the next question, I'm probably going to put you on the spot a little bit.
Oh, not a
But
problem.
From the last meeting, we're having a conversation in regards to possibly not doing an across-the-board pay increase, but looking at the information that we have today on those positions that are below market
Yes.
and trying to address bringing them closer to market. And I believe, was it you or somebody else that said within 5%?
Yes, sir.
Is the targeted area?
Correct.
Either 5% over or 5% under?
Correct.
And trying to bring them close to market as we possibly can. How cumbersome is that for the department administration? If we would stipulate in the budget of bringing those positions close to market?
I mean, it's not that cumbersome. There would be some difficulties, like I say, in trying to figure out, should this be included with the accountants? Should this be included with, another benchmark? But for the most part, it wouldn't be that difficult. For the classified service, we can do it by adjusting pay grades. And for the unclassified, we could just do it by providing a percentage to that particular job class or job title.
So to extend that conversation,
Yes.
when we had the discussion with the Department of Corrections, and we had the discussion with each market is different.
Yes.
For example, we talked about the Norton Correctional Facility. Next to Nebraska, they're offering a $28 starting wage. El Dorado has a different work environment.
Yes.
And then we talked about Ellsworth with a 2% unemployment rate. And so it's very hard to attract individuals to work at the Ellsworth Correctional Facility. So how could we work that if we would do each correctional facility individually? Like, let's say we would raise the rate in Norton to try to be somewhat competitive with the state of Nebraska, and we give a bonus or a sign-on bonus at the Ellsworth Correctional Facility if an individual does sign on and starts employment there. And then we make adjustments in El Dorado and all the other correctional facilities, but do it individually.
That is possible. Especially for the classified, it's usually done by establishing a higher starting rate, and that can be done by facility, by county, by job class. So it can be pretty strategic there. And then once you establish that newer hiring rate, any current employee who's below that moves up to that. And then it'd just be a matter of providing additional increase if it was warranted for others who are already above that. But it can be done by different facility, by different job class, by different county. I will say, you mentioned bonuses. Unfortunately, the way the bonus statute is written right now, there's no way to provide a hiring bonus or a retention bonus. And that's something I think legislation is hopefully going to be introduced this year to take care of that.
Well, as JG was just reminding me, we have the magical word of proviso that we can do in the budget.
That sounds like a good solution.
All right, any other questions for Craig? Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director Nelson, for being here. I worked at Johnson County Community College in 2008 when we did the Hayes study.
Yes.
So it was done in 2008, and we haven't had one since. Is that correct?
We actually do a survey annually, so we do have that. As far as the study aspect of it, the review, that type of thing of looking at the structures and all that, there really hasn't been anything since the Hay Group did it in 2008.
Okay, so that was about 14 years ago. Do we know what something like that would cost
I
to do now?
don't.
Okay.
We can, I know that we're part of the National Compensation Association of State Governments, and so we know that other governments have done that. We can reach out to some of the other member states and see if they have done something recent and get some comparisons on that and provide that to the committee.
Thank you, because a concern that I have is the positions that we show as below market rate are just those benchmarks, and we aren't sure where then accountant 1, 2, 4, and 5 are, and doing targeted raises is fabulous unless we completely miss a group
Right.
because we don't have that data on them.
The biggest issue there that we have found is we have some, what I will refer to as generic classifications, like our public service administrator, public service executive. And those can be, they're typically either administrative or managerial positions. It is virtually impossible to get benchmarks on that kind of data from other employers. So we rarely have that kind of data. So say you have a public service executive who is over accountants. We do potentially have the issue of, okay, we're going to give accountants a pay increase, but then we have this person that we would have to leave behind. So that's something that we would have to factor in when we looked at applying these type of market adjustments.
Thank you.
Any other further questions for Craig? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, when you look at these negative numbers on market comparisons, has anybody played with any fiscal notes on what kind of money we're talking about if we was to bring them up some? Just wondering how difficult it was to come up with that kind of information.
We actually provided estimates to the Division of Budget to discuss with the governor in preparation of the budget. So we do that annually. We provide these types of here's the classes that are X% behind, and this is the number of employees in it. So
Do we have that in the packet here?
no, sir.
That'd be kind of interesting to know what that number is.
I'd have to work with the Division of Budget, but I think we could get that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, is Larned, the prison there in Larned, is that the only prison system where there is a state hospital or a hospital connected or really close where they're competing for jobs?
On the same grounds and that close of proximity, yes. Topeka would be the only other one where we have the juvenile correctional facility and a correctional facility as well as K&I. But otherwise, I think that would be the only place.
Can I ask another question?
May.
Just looking at the overtime expenditure comparisons and looking at where Larned is, and it's certainly not up there like at Lansing or in Hutch or even El Dorado, but I know they really struggle with finding employees, and part of it's because of Larned is isolated a bit, but also because they're competing, with the state hospital. So I wonder if, if we look at compensation, can we look at something different just for Larned because of that direct competition that they're constantly having to fight with?
Oh, go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead, Craig.
What we have done is we've worked with both corrections and KDADs to make sure that the entry-level jobs, there is as much parity as we can get there. So we try not to make it so, because in the past, when it hasn't been, we've just seen people leaving the hospital to go to the correctional facility. If the hospital gets raised, they go right back. So we don't want to do that. So that's definitely something that we could look at. I think back to the chairman's comments about having geographic differences. There definitely are pay issues based on geography based on different things. Lansing has a geographic difference, but it's because they're competing in the Kansas City market. Whereas Larned, it's just, there just aren't that many bodies out there, much like in Ellsworth, I think, where the unemployment is so low. So you have those different reasons in the different areas that there are ways to address them, even if the underlying reason for the issue is different.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, and I'm glad Representative Ruiz brought that up because obviously that's been something I've been advocating for many years, was the pay parity.
Yes.
At the Larned campus, because it is the only facility where there's a correctional facility and a state hospital on the same campus. And we actually do have a lot of employees that I was, what was it, 3-4 years ago when we did the mental health tour and traveled to Larned and toured the facility. And you had employees from Lawrence, Wichita, Kansas City that worked at Larned.
Yes.
And so that's one thing we've been trying to partner with the Fort Hays State University, Barton County Community College, Dodge City Community College, in trying for enticing recruitment for Larned. But I think you know where I'm going when I talk about geographical areas and how they're different. And you mentioned that too. Osawatomie is going to be competing in the Kansas City market.
Right.
It's going to be different than Larned.
Right.
Parsons is going to be different.
Right.
And we need to start looking at this as a more business model than just a blanket across the board. This is what this department is going to be getting in a pay increase. And we need to start looking at them individually and addressing the needs there. So thank you for bringing that up. Also, I wanted to say, Dylan did find out what MACA stands for, and that's Military Assistance to Civil Authorities. So that's that position.
I never would have got that, so.
Senator Francisco?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is sort of following up on understanding this chart on overtime expenditures. So this would be the overtime expenditures from corrections. And then my understanding is at the state hospital, it may not be overtime, it may be hiring temporary staff or nurses to fill in positions who are not state employees. So these numbers, I mean, we can look at Larned compared to just corrections, but that won't give us information about how much was paid out to non-state employees in nursing positions or at the hospital. Is that the case?
That, I would agree, that's correct. I think that's something that could probably be obtained from KDADS or even, and I would defer to my colleague from Corrections. Corrections may have some of those situations where they've had to do that as well in certain positions. So, but yeah, my understanding of this is that it is just purely on the overtime expenditures.
And we will have Secretary Howard later this morning where we can discuss the contract services that we're paying out by the state. Any further questions for Craig? All right, seeing none, thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is a presentation from the Kansas Judicial Branch. And so I would ask Sean Jurgensen, the Special Counsel of the Chief Justice, and Stephanie Smith, the Judicial Administrator, to address the committee. Welcome, Sean.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, I'm Sean Jurgensen with the Judicial Branch. Good morning. Before I jump in earnest, I wanted a housekeeping issue. Mr. Chair, you asked for boards and commissions that received compensation for serving on the board to submit additional testimony in addition to ours. At the Judicial Branch, we only pay mileage. And so for those committees or initiatives, projects that we convene within the branch, because we don't provide that compensation, you receive no testimony from any of our boards or commissions related to that because they serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority and they receive mileage reimbursement. So it didn't meet the qualifications to submitting the testimony. So that's why. So that call did not go unanswered. It just, we don't have any. For the FY 2024 budget, the judiciary submitted 2 salary-related requests. First, for our employees, and we are in a much different position today on employee salaries within the judicial branch than we have been in decades. That is because 2 sessions ago, the legislature implemented a 2-year salary adjustment scheme for judicial branch employees to bring them to 2021 market rates. And so today our employees are at 2021 market rate, and the salary request that we included in the FY 2024 budget is simply to account for the increase in the consumer price index that we've all experienced, because after the incredible effort that you and your colleagues undertook the last 2 years, we do not want your hard work, or at least inflation, to erode the hard work that you did. And so that is why you see the request for an increase for our employees is simply to match that, so that we can continue to keep the wages that we are allowed to offer at market rate, so that we can continue to attract and keep our employees. Today, the judiciary at our employee level is operating better than it has in years as far as recruitment and retention. We are not seeing the turnover that we historically have since we were able to implement this pay increase in July from last session. And so that's why we asked to continue to be allowed to offer those market rates. And so that's why you see that employee compensation there. The second request is for a 15.29% increase to judge pay, which would bring district court judges to the average adjusted salary of our 4 neighboring states. Ever since I've been lucky enough to do this, that formula has been our guide star in the judicial branch to get our judges to that level, the average adjusted salary of our 4 neighboring states. And so this year, that increase would move our judges by that percentage up. And it's critical that we continue to increase judge pay because, quite simply, we are not attracting the number of well-qualified candidates as far as applicants to the bench are concerned that you would think we are. For example, recently we had a district magistrate judge opening right outside of Garden City in Lakin, and it drew 1 applicant. Recall, to be a district magistrate judge, all you have to have is a high school diploma. Regardless, it drew 1 applicant. In Harvey and McPherson counties, right north of Wichita, we had a district magistrate opening. It drew 2 applicants. We have a brand new district court judge position based in Iola, and it only drew 3 applicants. We have a district magistrate judge opening in south of Lawrence, down around the Franklin, Burlington area, Ottawa, Garnett, Osage City. That magistrate position had to be reopened because we did not get the number of qualified applicants that we needed. And so when the judiciary comes before you and says, we need your help in addressing this issue, it's not because I'm sitting here pounding on the table saying our judges deserve a pay raise, even though they do. It's instead because we're unable to attract and keep the number of well-qualified applicants that we need to run the judiciary. Recall, before any of us began doing this, there was a near decade where judge positions' pay was not increased at all. And during that same period of time, that 9 consecutive fiscal year period, attorney salaries continued to increase in the market. And so we are still recovering from that period of time because that gap is still too great for us to compete. And that includes the public and private sectors. And so those are the requests that we submitted. We also submitted a request for $680,000 because we need 5 new positions within the Office of Judicial Administration. But I know that today you wanted to visit about salary-based requests. And so from a 10,000-foot view, those are the 2 salary-based requests for our employees and judges. And I know that, Mr. Chair, you have advocated for performance-based pay for a while. In the judiciary, we are already doing that. We are not on the D of A pay matrix, for those of you who did not know that. The judicial branch has its own pay plan. And as a separate branch of government, we created that and instituted that. And so we have, it looks like D of A's. We have levels based upon your job classification, and there are steps. And you have to serve a requisite period of time before you're eligible to move up in a step But just because you can move up in a step doesn't mean that you will move up in a step. And your ability to move up from step A to step B, for instance, is based on performance. And you have to meet certain performance metrics before you are given that pay increase. And so we've baked that into our system, and 92% of the judiciary's budget is personnel. We are a public-facing governmental entity. We provide public service to our communities. And so for us, the degree of public service that we provide is paramount. And so we want to continue to provide the best public service and access to justice that we can. And so we continue to work with entities like the National Center for State Courts, which is the third-party technical assistance entity geared towards us, kind of like NCSL is geared for the legislature, to refine our performance metrics that we use to make those decisions so that we can continue to be a performance-driven entity to mirror like the business community, because we like having that baked in to hold ourselves accountable. I know that from the first committee meeting, there were some other questions about the judiciary, and I don't know if you had any more in that vein or any other questions I could answer. Or...
Well, no, thank you, Sean. And I was just kind of wondering, the last paragraph of your testimony
Sure.
In regards to the boards
Yeah.
with the judicial branch, how many are there?
Oh, boy. I actually, off the cuff, I don't know the total number of commissions and boards we have. We have a website, we have a webpage that's dedicated to our boards and commissions. Our website is being redone right now. I can pull it for you.
Okay.
Is that
well,
okay?
At the last meeting, we had a discussion in regards to boards and commissions for the state of Kansas, and some have been excluded by statute, or some receive a different pay than others. And so we had the discussion of just making it uniform. And eliminating the statutes that excludes one board of making more than another. And then you're saying that they receive no compensation except for the Board of Law Examiners. They won't receive a small stipend for the bar exam.
Right. And that comes out of that special bar exam fund, though. That, because we run it separately. When you apply for the bar exam, you pay a fee, and some of that money gets remitted to our bar exam fund. And so it's a fee-funded thing.
So I was just kind of just throwing it out there that in the last meeting, we had the conversation of, and that might come in play this afternoon when we do our recommendations, of equalizing the pay for all of the individuals that are serving on boards and commissions and not having these varying dollar amounts. Because some make $35, others make $150 when they serve on a particular board or commission. And I think it would just be easier just to equalize it. Maybe the Department of Administration would like that idea. I don't know.
Okay.
The next question I have is, so you talked about requesting a 15.29% or 29% increase for judge pay. Is that just for the Kansas District Court judge, or is that all judges?
It would be all judges. District court judges have always driven our salary request, and then that percentage is applied to appellate judges and magistrate judges too.
Okay, so as you know, in my home county, we actually had a position open up in the magistrate judge position, and pretty much it was all by word of mouth, from what I could gather.
Okay.
So you were talking about the lack of applications that have been received all over the state. So can you explain or give us some type of detail on what the recruitment effort is when trying to attract individuals to apply for a judge position? Especially a magistrate judge, when you had mentioned that the only qualification is a high school diploma. But from my home county, we did not see any recruitment effort. It was just because it's a small community, and we knew that the magistrate judge was retiring, and individuals applied for the position. But I'm just wondering what the recruitment effort is for the other positions that you had mentioned, like with Harvey, McPherson, and Lakin. What the recruitment effort is like.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair question. I don't know if that position was posted as an opening in the newspaper of record in Russell County or Harvey County or McPherson County. I know that at the Judicial Center, we issue news releases from our public communications team that goes out. Now, whether or not those are published in the local newspaper, I honestly don't know.
Well, I know in my home county it was not.
It was, and fair enough, yeah.
And so is that the only outlet that is used to try to entice applicants?
I know that, well, and candidly, it may be primarily word of mouth. I know that our local bars, our judges spread the word among the legal bar, at least. And as far as lay individuals applying for magistrate positions, I don't know. That's a fair question.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of following up on that, I was doing a quick Google search on the position that was reposted in Franklin County. Find no mention of it. The only thing that Google spits out is one opening in Wichita. I'm also a little curious as to, we can say we didn't get many applicants, but if we didn't try, if no one knew they were open, is it the salary or is there something else involved?
Well, and certainly we can increase our marketing efforts to get the word out about the positions, but it's not a new phenomenon. I will say that we've suffered from low applicant numbers for years, so I don't think it's a new phenomenon. But yeah, certainly I will ask our local judges what they're doing to help circulate the word. I haven't asked them that before, so.
Well, that might be why it's not a new phenomenon.
I would like to believe it's more than that.
I'd like to, but I don't have enough information to make that determination.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll have a follow-up question too, if I may. Have you tracked how many judges have left because of pay? Do you ever do any tracking of here's how many judges we got, here's how long they served, when they left, as they go out?
I have had 4 judges tell me that they have left the bench because of pay, and they have left to go back into private practice, whether that's through mediation or joining a local firm where they live. We want to collect more information about that, but I've been told that certain HR rules prevent you from directly collecting a lot of that information on exit interviews for whatever reason. And so, but I've had 4, since I've started doing this, I've had 4 judges tell me that they've left the bench to return to private practice to earn more money. I've had others tell me that they've left the bench to retire because the job, the compensation that they're receiving for the job is not sufficient, and so they've just retired. But as far as leaving the bench to return to private practice, 4 have told me that.
I was wondering too, as far as boards go, you said that you pay mileage.
Yeah.
Have you had any trouble finding people to serve on those boards?
We've had some who are a little more reluctant than others to serve on those boards, but by and large, if you sincerely ask them to serve, they will do that. We try to, because we have so many boards and commissions and each are tailored to a particular issue, like the Rural Justice Initiative or the Ad Hoc Court Records Committee, on and on, child support guidelines. You can generally find somebody within the branch who is very passionate about that issue of the law. And so they're willing to serve, and they're called to that. And so by and large, no, honestly, but for the more reluctant ones, when you sincerely ask them to serve because of what they can bring to the table, they do it.
Thank you.
Yep.
That kind of generates another question for me, and kind of going back to my previous question and also Representative Sutton's question. So if the recruitment effort to try to find applicants, is it just based off of the pay, or do we talk about benefits? Because the judges have a different, at the last meeting we talked about capers, and they have a different capers than other state employees, which actually is more beneficial when you retire. How is that in comparison to the surrounding states in regards to pay and benefits?
So I got a note while I was standing up here. One of the marketing techniques, so when we have a judge opening in the district court, a notification is sent out through attorney registration also. So all registered attorneys are getting that notification in that area. because there's a residency requirement. It's not going out statewide, or is it going out statewide? I think locally too, yeah. And as far as benefits is concerned, I've never sat down and compared judges' capers to the Missouri, the Nebraska, Colorado, or Oklahoma capers.
Well, I think when we talk about recruitment, maybe that should be part of the conversation, because if the pay is lower than the surrounding states, but we do offer better benefits, I think that should be part of the conversation when trying to recruit applicants to that particular position.
Oh, certainly, yeah, and we talk to our applicants about the benefits that the state of Kansas offers, and when it's judges capers. That cuts against us on the employee side, but on the judges side, we certainly, explain to them the benefits of judges capers.
I'd like to see a comparison of what the other states are offering as far as benefits, and see if we're comparable to them, or better or worse. I'd like to know exactly what the benefit structure is with the 4 surrounding states.
Okay.
Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Sean, thanks for being here today.
Yeah, you bet.
This 8.5% increase for employee pay, what's the number for that?
The all-in?
Yes.
It is, it's 7.8 million,
Okay. And what about on the 15.29?
6.9.
6.9. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Delperdane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm keying in on the 15.29% pay increase on the judges, but did we not just give them a pretty substantial raise maybe a year ago?
So over the last 2 years, it was the same with employees. Judges received a pay increase structured over 2 consecutive years. So yes, they did.
Do you know about what percentage that was?
So so two sessions ago, judges received a 5% pay increase. Last year, they received the second of that back-to-back 5% merit-based increase, and they were included in the cost of living adjustment that all state employees got.
So that's almost 15% right there.
Well,
Total.
they've received, over the last 3 years,
Okay.
the biggest driver for our judge pay request is the gap that exists between what we can offer candidates to take the bench and what those same candidates can command in the public and private sector. And so, yes, we have made incredible strides over the last 2 years, and I'm not here advocating for judge pay increase because of some reluctance on behalf of the legislature. Far from it. We are incredibly grateful administratively for the steps you and your colleagues have taken. But instead, there was a 9-year period in which judge positions pay wasn't increased at all. But that same market for that talent, in the public and private sectors, did get pay increases, and it created a huge gap between what, frankly, attorneys can command outside of state employment and what we can offer.
Okay.
And so that's where we're at.
What would your thoughts be, if I could, on maybe tying the increase to inflation, roughly 8%, and then giving them a COLA, say 2.5% COLA annually, rather than a 15.5% or so?
Just make sure I'm clear. You want to give them an 8.5% merit-based increase plus a cost of living increase
Plus
this year?
a COLA. I mean, would it be better tying a COLA in there, or tying something? I guess I'm coming up with 8% because that's kind of what we've heard for inflation this past year. So tying it with inflation plus a COLA moving forward.
Yeah, we would love to match a cost of living adjustment every single year. But in addition to that, on our judges' side, for the employee side, that would be incredible.
No, I'm talking the judges.
Right, but on the
I'm just
judges'
concerned
side.
of what we gave them and turn around and give them another 15%. That's going to,
And it's
blow up in
because
our
of the
face.
hole that we're in. It's truly, we're trying to get judges back to the market rate for what we can to attract. But then after that, to maintain that rate would be incredible. But yeah, no, I mean, certainly if you and your colleagues and, want to visit about how to structure that, we would welcome that conversation.
okay.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Clues and I had the opportunity to meet with our judges since the last meeting and this one. And we did particularly hear about the concern for increase in employee pay. So it's still difficult. I mean, they also are thankful for the changes that were made, but just emphasized that it was still difficult to attract employees. The question I had asked and was interested at the last meeting was what you might be able to tell us about any differential in duties between the judges, or not necessarily duties, but how workload. We do know that there's been some effort by the courts to, and this is particularly probably employees, have work assigned electronically, so that if someone's there, they can be doing it. But are the workloads equal across the counties, or is there a differential?
Are you asking about judges or employees or both, or?
Both.
Both. So we have parts of our state where our employees and judges don't get the opportunity to have as many cases filed in their district as other parts of the state. That's just a reality of Kansas. But when you look at cases, you have to look at the weighted caseload across the state, because while a traffic ticket is a case and a murder filing is a case, one takes a fraction of the time that the other does. And so that's why we look at weighted caseload. And as part of our testimony today, Stephanie submitted a magistrate judge's weighted caseload study to Martin at KLRD, so you all should have that. And Stephanie can visit with you about that. But what we do to help capacity, if you will, is that we will assign magistrate judges or other judges from across the state to help another district as they can. And then certainly with our new case management system, we are assigning our clerks in parts of the state to help out with caseload in our urban parts of the state to make up for that. Because for us, frankly, as an employer, we crave flexibility. We want the ability to move our resources as best we can to address the needs across the state the best we can, so that we avoid those kind of capacity issues.
Senator Francisco.
So the caseload study is in
That's,
this.
so the weighted caseload study is the second of those two documents. That's the judge's weighted caseload report that we used from last year and asking for the 23 additional judgeships that were appropriated, the funding was appropriated to us for. And then what we've done is we've taken that and we've applied the magistrate weighted total to it, and it should be a separate document that Martin sent around. Yep, that one right there. Yep.
In regards to the magistrate judge position, what is the funding model for that? I mean, part of that is paid by the county?
Not all. So they're state employees, so we paid their base salary, which right now is $76,600. But as far as magistrates or positions are concerned, they're allowed to go to their local county and ask for a supplement on top of that. And to date, only a handful of our counties have agreed to do that. Those counties being Johnson, Chase and Lyon, because they're in the same judicial district, Riley, and Shawnee County. And Shawnee County just did it recently because last year is when they got their first set of magistrates with this new group of judges.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Sean, or if Stephanie wants to answer any questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I understand, like, Douglas County has hired some judges on its own, so not just adding to the salary, but because of the workload, felt like it was important to have additional judges. Do you know how many other counties have done that, or if other counties
Right, so
have
to
done
make
that?
this even more complicated, we have county paid pro tem judges that are doing district court judge work. Do you know how many pro tem judges we have statewide? It changes. Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't. But hopefully, because Douglas just got a brand new district court judge, that can remedy some of that. I know Shawnee County had pro tem judges.
I would just comment that they said that they were going to continue. They did get a new position and are very appreciative, but the workload, they feel that the workload still requires that extra effort. So at some point, I would like to make sure that we are providing enough positions to meet the workload of each county.
And Mr. Chair, I do have notes flying into me. Our news releases, our PIO tells me, our news releases go to local papers, news stations, and lawyer organizations. So I don't know if they're not being printed in local newspaper because there's no.
Well, it's still with those
Publishing fee,
three avenues, it still seems somewhat limited. That, I mean, obviously time and technology has changed, and I think we need to look at different outlets when we're trying to recruit individuals.
Yeah, we could do a better job of putting that on Twitter, our Twitter account.
Any other further questions for Sean or Stephanie? All right, see none. Thank you both for being here today.
Thank you all.
And we'll go ahead and move on to a presentation from select agencies with classifications below market. And the first we have the Secretary of Children and Families, Secretary Howard, for Human Services Specialists. Welcome to committee, Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the chance to be here today to talk about really an important issue, and frankly an issue we spend an awful lot of time on inside our agency as we think about the challenges of the workforce and recruiting and retention at this point in time. I'll thank Andrea Warnke, who's going to kind of run the slides for me while I'm doing this. But you have the testimony in front of you. I mean, as you said, the testimony talks specifically about human services specialists. I'll touch on a couple of other things as well. And then I'll come back and talk more specifically about some of the challenges we're facing there and some of the specific actions we've taken for things kind of within our control. So the first few pages of the testimony show kind of three different categories of staff where we have issues with the market rate. The first is the human services category, and just to sort of set a context here, our human service workers are the employees who are doing the eligibility work and working with the clients who are coming to us for help with accessing benefits. That could be TANF cash benefits, it could be the SNAP food assistance benefits, child care benefits. And a little bit later, I'll go into just what some of the demands and impacts have been on this staffing during the pandemic, when there's been varieties of new programs, short-term programs, different pieces that have impacted that. But as you can see from that very first page, you can see the starting salaries. The most important category, or the largest category, would be the human service specialist, with a starting salary of $15.75 an hour. And you'll see the average rate, which these are positions that are exclusive to DCF. The state of Kansas average being $17.35. So significant issues with regard to market alignment. And you'll hear me say this in a little bit. You know, we're an agency who's always really prided ourselves on really timely benefit processing. And I'll talk to you in a little bit just about some of the challenges we've had, particularly in the last year, as we have really struggled with vacancies in this area. And I think some of, this area where you see a really relatively low wage, you really see the impact of competition with the private market. The other two categories that I think really kind of stuck out on some of the information that Director Knowlton presented at your last meeting were social work, and I probably should have added protection specialists to the second slide. The workers who do our work around child protection. Now, you made some investments in this area last year, and I'll talk to you about what some of those impacts have been. We do find that we're still out of market alignment on those, but we're doing much better in terms of recruiting and hiring and filling in those positions than we were. But again, those are the positions that do accept our reports of abuse and neglect, do the investigations of abuse and neglect. And then the third category that sticks out that I don't plan to spend a lot of time on unless you have interest in it is just on the disability examiner side. These are the individuals, finance almost entirely from the Federal Social Security Administration, who do Social Security disability work. You've also allowed us, and the administration has allowed us to make some investments in these positions. There's still some issues with market alignment, but there's also some factors with our federal partners in terms of some steps there that sort of limit how much hiring you can do even at the higher rate. We have to wait for new federal budgets and a specific allocation of how many FTEs we can hire in a year and things like that. So that one's a little bit more complicated. On the fourth slide, I mean, just in terms of vacancy rates, I think this begins to illustrate, when I said I would spend most of my time on what you had on the agenda, the human services side, you can see the vacancies as of December 12th. And if you look, particularly the human services counselor, which those are actually positions that do vocational rehabilitation for us. And then the human services specialist and supervisor and assistant are the ones that do that benefit work. You'll see particularly the human services counselor, the human service specialist, those direct line work people doing that benefit work with vacancies in the 20 percentile. As you look at social work or the social work side, you see that number much lower. And if I included protection specialists, which are similar other professions beyond social workers that we hire to do abuse and neglect, those rates right now would be at about 16%. So again, we've seen a reduction on the social work and protection side, and we're continuing to struggle on the human services side. Again, you'll see some really high numbers on the disability examiner, and again, a lot of factors there that aren't entirely contingent on efforts that the state can make. So in terms of hiring challenges in general, I think things obviously you would hear from other entities. You know, just some of the issues that one can face in rural areas, whether that has to do with issues to do with broadband, lack of educational opportunities, maybe gaps in community resources. I think one of the challenges that we face is just sort of that flexibility in starting salaries for employees, and then the ability to hire different kinds of incentives. You know, whether that would be a sign-on incentive bonus, whether that would be an incentive bonus after people were there for a period of time or attained certain additional skills or competencies. And then obviously what we hear an awful lot from our folks is just they're not really being a predictability in terms of what they might expect to see over the course of their career in terms of either a progression or in terms of cost of living adjustments. You know, in terms of the efforts that the governor and the legislature has really supported us in, on page 7, I just wanted to highlight that because last legislative session, you did approve specific targeted increases on our protection specialists and social work side. And we targeted that last year in our budget because at that point, we were really seeing the highest vacancy rates in our agency with our protection specialists, those doing that, you know, child abuse protection work at about 38%. And so you approved additional funding that raised salaries by a minimum of 2.5%, up to a maximum of 12.5%, up to 5 steps, not exceeding the market rate. And as I said earlier, I mean, you saw the information from Director Knowlton, there would still be, on average, you know, about a 20% differential between where we are now in the market rate, but this has made a significant impact. This affected about 24% of our agency staff. Folks saw an average salary increase of just under $4,800. The average increase was 11.7%. We've seen a decrease in vacancies, and one of the things that our regional directors and our 36 service centers really report is that for a long time, for many months, it was hard to get any applicants at all. And they're really starting to get applicants for positions. And just one example, out in western Kansas, in Garden City, After 4 years of being understaffed with really severe vacancies in the prior 2 years, I mean, they're now fully staffed in child protection specialists. So we feel very good about the impact of that. I think we've also done some other things as an agency that have supported that go beyond the issue of compensation. But I just wanted to report just on that success. So although that classification is still below the market rate, we've seen significant impact and impact on the retention of those employees. So it's not just about hiring, but it's about the message that sends and the retention of employees when there are other opportunities out there for them. I wanted to talk for a few minutes just about some of the things that we've done as an agency to try to think differently about recruitment and retention. I'm on page 9 of my testimony. First, we've hired 2 recruiters within our central office whose full-time job is recruitment. They're traveling, they're working, they're at job fairs, they're helping to set up job fairs, they're talking to universities, they're going to university classes. I mean, they are focused on those most hard-to-serve pieces, and that's really kind of been a game changer. We've also implemented what we're calling Thrive With Us hiring events. You know, we had already expanded like where we post our jobs and things like that, you know, far beyond the state site to Indeed, to making extensive use of social media, such as Facebook and Twitter. Many of the job board sites across the state, with universities. But we began this year these Thrive With Us hiring events where we do the hiring events on site at our service centers across the state. We create very, very specific hiring flyers and do a bunch of marketing in that community before we're going to be doing that job fair. So that recruiter might be out there. You know, they're making sure that people in the community know we're doing this job fair. And then we do, you know, on-the-spot interviews, provisional hiring, because, you know, the one thing in this workforce market today is when you have an applicant, if you don't move quickly, they've moved on to another job. So again, really, really positive effort from these Thrive With Us job fairs. And again, we've done them in our service centers. We've begun doing those in our service centers across the state. We've also, for a couple years, had 80 practicum student positions in partnership with our schools of social work and other human service specialties, paying those practicum students, again, building a workforce pipeline. That's been a very successful way to attract people into our agency. And then we continue to provide some flexible scheduling in terms of some partial telework options for employees. We also, on page 10, for individuals who are seeking a degree that would help them advance within our agency, we have a policy that can allow them up to 4 hours a week towards coursework. We also put into place a couple of years ago a one-step increase for those who are multilingual. And again, this relates to our benefit side and our social work side, those direct service workers who are working with clients of different languages. We've also focused an awful lot on professional development. This piece isn't on here, but we're pleased to be one of the agencies that's been part of the Kansas Learning Center learning cohorts. And we've now been able to have, I think we're in our 3rd year now, we've been able to have about 150 employees go through the Kansas Learning Center cohort. And then we've built on that internally in the agency as well. We've got a lot of partnerships, again, for other types of specialized training. And then some coaching supports as well. We cover licensure fees for individuals, and we did make use within the confines of the statute of doing some meritorious bonuses for extraordinary services during the pandemic. I also started Employee Advisory Council about a year ago, just to maybe get some more direct frontline support. report. And I know one of the things they're focusing on right now that they're going to report to our management team on later, I think next week, is just what, it's kind of more about recognition and appreciation. What's important to employees that the agency can control, outside of money, those things. They had done some surveying of employees. Appreciation kind of came up as a big issue. And so they're going to be making some recommendations to us about that. I say those things to say that we've made a lot of efforts to broaden the way we recruit, to support the staff that we have, to really think differently. But the area where we are having the largest concerns right now are on that human services side, kind of going back to the very first slide. Again, the staff that process our basic benefit applications, we've always prided ourselves on having a goal of having those applications processed within 10 days. For food, cash, and childcare, federally, the requirements are a little bit longer. We're allowed 30 days for food assistance, 45 days for TANF cash assistance, 30 days for child care subsidy. There's some expedited processing in food assistance in case of an emergency. But the last year, that's really become a challenge. So as we, for example, sit here today, we look at a range that can be upwards to almost 40 days. And that ranges differently by region. We have some regions that are as low as 18 to 20. The Kansas City region and the West region are the highest and could be up to a period of up to 77 days. And I think you all have heard that because I know we've gotten certainly an uptick in constituent requests from all of you saying, what's happened to my food benefit application? And that's new for us. I mean, we have always prided ourselves on 10 days or less. So, and part of the reasons for that, beyond the workforce, are just the significant volume increases in programs during the pandemic. We've managed a number of new benefit programs that we've talked to you all about over the last legislative sessions. Emergency allotments under TANF, the Hero Relief Child Care Program, a new emergency water assistance program, the pandemic, EBT, which is in like 3 different stages, has provided additional food assistance benefit. All important benefit programs certainly have added to that workload side of our equation. So we're doing a lot of things to impact this, knowing that we can't press a magic button and suddenly increase the salaries. But we're doing a lot of things to manage this. I talked to you already about, some of the recruitment side. We're using some business process management strategies where we can, on the benefit side, we can redirect work between regions. People can do that work from anywhere in the state. So we'll have, for example, days where we might be doing a statewide blitz to try to get those numbers down in Kansas City or in the West, and then maybe the other couple days people would work on cases in their own region. We've got central office staff, we have supervisors, we have staff who usually do quality assurance work, who are taking on caseload, obviously doing overtime. And then a couple of months ago, we also then decided to bring on a little bit of staff augmentation through a staffing agency, Insight Global. And they're going to be helping us with this round of the pandemic EBT. I think that the governor just announced that this week. I mean, that's a one-time benefit for about 189,000 Kansas families. About 144,000 of those cases, we've been able to do some cross-matching with the Department of Education. That's just going to happen automatically. But we're going to have upwards of maybe 50,000 families that would have eligibility for this. We'll have to touch that case. So anyway, we're working with a contractor on that. We're also going to parcel off a little bit of our annual LEAP caseload to that contractor, really to kind of test whether or not that might be an appropriate model going forward for the LEAP season, which is a short-term period of time each year for those energy assistance benefits. So again, I kind of just wanted you to know a bit of what's going on in there, the steps we're taking to address that. But certainly in terms of the impact on clients, the impact on workload, the shortage on the workload and the market rate differentials, it's probably most significant for us on the human services side right now. So I can stop with that and answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. And I have to say, I think your recruitment effort is more robust than the judicial branch, so you might want to share some information with them on how to recruit. My first question, looking at slide 2, when you're talking about the state of Kansas average and the market alignment, that is statewide, not in just one snapshot?
Yeah, that's statewide. This data really comes from what Director Knowlton presented last time. But for these human services, those are positions that are really unique to DCF. So what this chart basically gives you is the starting salary and then what our average is, based on different years of service and things like that. So.
Okay, so then on slide 5, we have the disability examiner 1. Mm-hmm. And then disability examiner 2, why is there only 3 out of 13? Why is that one, why is 2 and 3 so much different than 1 as far as varying?
As far as, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I'm tracking the question.
If I'm reading this right, you have 3 positions filled out of 13 total.
Right.
But disability examiner 1 is 2 for 2.
Yeah, one of the things that we did with regard to the disability examiners, oh gosh, I think 3 years ago now, when I came into this role, one of the things, and this had been going on for a few years, is an awful lot of the Kansas work for disability determination for Social Security disability was being done in other states. Based on the shortage of workload. The Social Security Administration has been very focused on this. So one of the efforts that we made had to do with reclassification of individuals and moving individuals up the pay scale. So we really, the Disability Examiner 1, we really don't really use that classification. So that's why you'll see so many individuals in that Disability Examiner 3 category. And a few in Disability Examiner 2. So it has to do with some workforce things that we did, like 3 years ago, and kind of through that first legislative session to try to impact the quality of the candidates that we could get to try to impact some of those vacancies, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. And the last question I have is on slide 6, and it says recruitment in rural areas, and the top is a lack of broadband internet. Is that for outreach to try to entice applicants, or is that, as you mentioned in your letter comments, about maybe working remotely? I'm kind of wondering what the inhibitant would be with the lack of broadband internet?
Yeah, it's more of the latter, Mr. Chairman, in terms of the ability for individuals to be able to take any advantage of remote working. For some of the benefits work that we do, we actually, for example, during the pandemic found we could measure productivity per worker through our business process management. We found, the ability to sort of bridge some in the office and some at home. We actually really increased productivity. So that that's part of that. Also, just on the recruitment side, what our recruiters would tell us is that just the reach even of the normal kinds of social media channels and things like that, they're less, you know, in rural areas where there's just not as much uptake, you know, proportionally to the population as we see in areas. I don't know if that's particularly broadband, but it's an interesting thing that our recruiters have noticed. Yeah.
Any other questions for the Secretary? Representative Delperdane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. I was looking at slide 10 where it was talking about the educational leave up to 4 hours per week. So in your department, is there quite a few employees who are required to complete a certain number of CEs each year? Is that what that's about?
This isn't about CEs. I mean, if someone attends a continuing education, and we allow them to do that on work time for like social workers or things who have to do that, this would actually be for someone, say, for example, maybe they're one of our benefits workers, but they're wanting to get a human services degree or a social work degree to move into another role. So this really just allows them a limited amount of leave time to, you know, do some of the coursework, or in some cases it might overlap with class time, that sort of thing. We just felt like it was one thing we could do to you know, kind of try to grow our own, kind of incentivize people a little bit that are taking on some extra challenges, so.
And do we, or does the state as a whole, or does your department offer any kind of tuition reimbursement for them?
We don't. No, not specific tuition reimbursement.
Is that something we may need to look at? Or is it not an issue?
I mean, I think it's valuable. One of the conversations we continue to have as an agency, which is kind of more on the social work side, but I would want to expand that conversation more to your discussion of tuition reimbursement. There used to be a program, and many states still have this, that's kind of called the Title IV-E Social Worker Training Program. It was a partnership with all of the schools of social work. At that point, that was really KU and K-State. We didn't really have most of the other schools. And there was an ability for folks to sign up for that program, receive stipends while they were in school, and then in exchange work for us at SRS for a number of years. You know, it's a pretty bureaucratic program, didn't get us a lot of federal funds, and I don't know at what point that kind of fell away. We've had some more refreshed conversations, both with our schools of social work and some of the other schools, and some of the schools that offer other human services degrees, to say, what might we create on our own? You know, so I think there's some value to it. I think we still have some more work to do to make that something that makes sense and is manageable. What we've tried to do, and what you would see on the page before, I think is where we had it, instead of focusing so much on the tuition side, we've tried to grab students when they get to that practicum point. So, I mean, we're funding 80 practicum students, and in fact, we also repurpose a staff in each of our regions who would be kind of a mentor coach to those practicum students, again, to try to retain them in the agency. So it's a different way to work with our partner schools than an actual tuition reimbursement. I think there's value to both, but we've kind of focused at that practicum side, giving them a paid practicum, and then really trying to do work with them while they're working with us to make them more likely to stay. And we've been very successful with that.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question and a follow-up question. I think you kind of skirted around this, but I wanted to make sure I understood this. How do you arrive at market rate? You know, are you taking the whole state into account on that? Because there'd probably be some areas. It's just going to be different in Johnson County than it is Western Kansas. So I just wondered, how do you arrive at market rate?
Okay, well, we don't arrive at the market rates. I mean, I defer that question to Director Knowlton. I mean, we're using his market rates. But to your question about geography, I think that's very real. I was listening to your conversation earlier in the meeting about that. You know, obviously, when I was talking about some of the vacancy issues, I think there can be geographic issues. For example, you can go to like the Kansas City Metro, where you just have higher competition rates. Then you can also go to Western Kansas, where you have different challenges, and you see that in the different vacancy rates. I mean, we see that an awful lot as well. You know, with my other hat, as we look at state hospitals. So, I mean, obviously the cost differentials are different. You know, it's interesting when I worked for a federal agency for 3 years, and it's interesting because the federal pay scale has geographic differentials. So, you know, I mean, I was like Kansas City, and that was whatever the rate was, it was actually whatever that pay was, it was like minus 7%. But like Boston might have been plus 20%. So, so again, but all we put on this, we use the market rate information from the Department of Administration here.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering on this 80 paid practicum students positions, where are they located? Where's these 80 kids that you've hired? And do those students stay in the state after graduation?
Yeah, so the 80 students, they are in different DCF offices across the state. We have 36 service centers. I don't know how many have the students, but gosh, as I've done visits of offices this fall, I think almost everyone I've visited has had students. So we have students in all of our DCF regions, so everywhere from Kansas City to Garden City to Hayes. We have a really strong partnership with in the West with Fort Hays University with their social work program. So they're in-state students. They come to us to do required practicums that they have to do in order to attain their degree. And then, as I said, we've been very successful in retaining them. And I think last year, I think we hired about 2/3 of the practicum students we had last year. We used to only support 40, and just based on the effectiveness of that for hiring, we increased that number to 80 to, again, bring more students in, give them exposure while they're studying. Again, pay them we kind of just pay them at a $14 an hour rate. And then again, we're putting some resources around them to try to, again, encourage them to stay. And I think many of those who didn't stay with us, you know, I anecdotally have heard they might have gone to work for a partner, you know, at a child welfare contractor. Or they might have gone. I don't have any data, Senator. I apologize, sort of in-state, out-of-state, but I can just say that we've retained a significant number working for us.
Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is about the paid practicum as well. We know that across the board, lower income students are not able to access paid internships in private entities and so forth. So Senator Fagg actually asked a couple of questions that I had about retention. And you may not know the answer to my question, but do we know if other state agencies are doing this as well?
Well, the thing I could say about the other state agencies, and the Department of Administration could talk more about this. I mean, the internship program that was just started about a year ago, I think there's a recommendation in terms of kind of a pay rate to pay. We've used the internship program across my two agencies in a few areas, and that could be far outside of human services. I mean, something in central office for accounting, an attorney, just different things. So yeah, so I think you probably would be, I think maybe getting some information from Department of Administration would probably be your best bet in terms of what that impact has been. But we were really glad to see that started because it does provide that opportunity to bring folks in, introduce them to public service in a variety of disciplines.
Oh, thank you. So I wanted to make sure I wrote this down correctly, that in the practicum program that you are having approximately 2/3 retention?
We did last year, that's right.
Fantastic, thank you.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thanks for being here today. You mentioned this remote working. How does that work when you have caseworkers?
Yeah, so let me differentiate maybe some different parts of the shop, because obviously if your job is to go out and investigate child abuse, you've got to go out and do that investigation, right? So you can't do that investigation from the computer screen in your living room. So, but if you are an eligibility worker, people apply for benefits through a lot of different channels. People may make their first application through an online application, and then there may be follow-up information that's needed, to verify identity, to get additional required documents, to conduct a phone interview, things like that. It depends on the benefit program, what you're required to do in person. But so we always, if you think about our 36 service centers, there are staff there every day who can serve individuals who come into the office. But some of those staff might be in that building 3 days a week, and then they might be at home instead of meeting those clients who are coming in and helping them with the front end. They might be working virtually and processing those applications. And again, it was really interesting to me during the pandemic to see the productivity impact of when the individuals were not in the office, not having as the customer contact constantly, just what that meant to productivity, and we could measure that by worker. So again, it's a balance in that sense of making sure that we have people on site to serve customers who come into our offices, but then also even like through phone lines, we have a agreement with Amazon Connect, so people can answer phones from the office, they can answer phones from their home in terms of customers calling, and again, they can do the processing work wherever. So we tried to find that balance, making sure we're still accessible to our customer, and again, we have so many different channels, but also finding that's really important. That's been really important to our employees, and we can see a real positive impact in terms of productivity.
Thank you. I appreciate the distinction between the different types because, obviously it's Secretary of Labor that hasn't worked so well at labor, and it gets real annoying to people when they call and no one answers. And I haven't heard that complaint on your side yet, but I hope we never do, because I think it's very disappointing to a Kansan that makes a call to whether it be child services or unemployment or whatever it is, that someone's not answering the phone. And it's concerning to me that we've tried to move so many things remotely that we're doing a disservice in some of these different areas. So I appreciate the fact that you are trying to make sure that there's a differential between the two. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Howard, regarding the practicum, is it a mixture of bachelor and master's, or is it just
It's
one?
both.
It's both.
It's
Okay.
both, yeah. It's more heavy on the bachelor side because, frankly, we hire far more bachelor students. So in a sort of a self-serving way, in terms of the people that we're really trying to recruit, the bachelor's level makes more sense to us.
Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Probably just a concern. I don't know if there's a number of children that a human services assistant might have that would put them in the position of working for the state and also being able to collect benefits. $12.35 an hour doesn't sound like very much if you're a single mother supporting a family.
That's correct. And those human service assistants are really important positions because they're the ones that really allow the human service specialists to do the more specialized work. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Senator. That is a very low starting salary and increasingly difficult to recruit. So we continue to look at that. And you're correct, just like many of our lowest level positions had been at our state hospitals, you can certainly see some overlap with benefits eligibility. So I might also, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I know that Senator Francisco asked about about Larned and about the contract staff, the agency staff, and I did phone a friend in the meantime, and Deputy Secretary Brunner reminded me that last year we spent, oh gosh, I've gotten a lot of emails since then. Sorry, let me find his email. Last year, we spent $28.4 million on agency nursing staff. This would be contract staff. We use that word agency, it confuses people, but the private staffing agencies. We will be spending more than that this year at Larned. We've spent $19.4 million through November. It's actually been averaging almost $1 million a week on the non-state staff. Now, in terms of, kind of what that differential is, I mean, if you were to say it's this amount, but for RNs, the average contract cost is about 50% more than our salary. So, I mean, so it kind of gives you a sense if you want to see, you were talking about overtime, which we have a lot of that too. But if you just wanted to get that sense, at least on the RN side, it's about 50% more. A little bit different for some other positions, but close to 50 on all of those, maybe about 50% LPNs. On the MHDD techs, it's about 55% more. So, and again, I really just talked about Larned. We use a little bit at the other state hospitals, but it's not very much. It's really all about Larned. So, thank you.
Any further questions for the Secretary? I see none.
Thank you very
again
much
for being here. We'll go ahead and move on to David Harper, the Director of Vehicles with the Kansas Department of Revenue. And he's going to talk about the driver's license examiners. David?
Thank you. Good morning. David Harper, Director of Division of Vehicles, and thanks for giving us some time this morning to visit about our state driver's license offices. Kansas, we have 38 offices that are manned by state staff. Our demand has remained steady for those offices, for those services. We do about 660,000 transactions a year in those offices. That includes about 220 new credentials being issued, over 360,000 renewals. And in the past 5 years, we've also issued just over 1.6 million of the federally compliant Real ID credentials to Kansans. Quick side note, Real ID, if you hadn't noticed, if you hadn't picked up, Department of Homeland Security extended that go live date again, so it's been pushed back another 2 years, so it won't be a go live until 2025. Kansas, we were ready to go. We have about 80% of our drivers have the Real ID. About 90% have been into our offices and either accepted or declined the Real ID since we started issuing. So we were ready to go, but Homeland Security's pushed that back, just for your knowledge, so we got 2 more years on that. We realized with that number of transactions for a lot of Kansas, we're kind of the face of Kansas government, so we take that very seriously, and it's not business as usual, but we're trying to minimize the impact on the customers that come into our offices. So pre-COVID, we implemented an online appointment system for all our driver's license offices, and I think that has really kept us afloat through the COVID and then through the staffing challenges. Right now, our average is between 18 and 26 minutes for a customer on average across the state that comes in, checks in with the greeter, waits, goes up and is served and walked out the door. Pre-COVID, we had that down to around 12 to 15 minutes on average. Our goal is 20 minutes. Early in the year, we were about 20 minutes. It's kind of crept up on us the last few months, but we're still at about 24 minutes of getting people in and out. Good news is the appointments, people utilize them in our offices across the state. About 75% of our offices, you can get in with 1 week. You go to schedule an appointment, you can get in within a week. We have 6 offices that you're out more than 10 days, but for the most part, we're keeping up with the appointments. For our division, we have 387 employees. 254 of those deal primarily with driver services and providing that front counter assistance. They deal with the public on driver's license issuance. All our new employees are unclassified employees, so because of the turnover rate now, we have 88% of our staff are unclassified for the driver's license officers. Chart below at the bottom of page 1 just kind of shows you where we've been on vacancies. As you can see, after COVID, the vacancy rate has continued to climb. And, you know, I think there's several factors which you've probably heard from other agencies. One, it is a customer-facing job. There's health concerns by some people that did not come back after COVID because of that face-to-face interaction, and they didn't want that risk. The other thing is we see jobs where you can offer remote work. Even for the same pay, we get 10 times applicants for people that can work remotely versus these jobs that have to do it in the office. So that has a big impact, and then the pay factor. But right now, for the past, since the summer of this past summer, we've been pretty steady for our driver's license offices at about 14 to 16% of our seats are vacant in the offices across the state. On the back on page 2, did want to point out about 65% of our transactions are done in what we call the Big 10, the largest offices by transactions in the state. Mission has been a continuing problem for us. Lawrence and Kansas City, Kansas too, seem to be continuing problems on staffing. A couple things we're doing different now when we hire people, especially in the urban areas, we're hiring them as travelers. So instead of saying you're going to work in Wichita West office, you're going to work the Wichita area. So our managers have that flexibility. Depending on staffing within an office, they can move people from office to office to office. So when they come in, they know they're going to be traveling. In Lawrence, we're experimenting with part-time. We've taken a couple of our full-time and put them into 4 or 6 part-time positions, hoping maybe we can attract students looking for part-time appointments. So we're trying different things in those offices. On the pay rates, we've been fortunate since 2020. We've actually had 2 increases in the salaries for DLEs, and we very much appreciate the support in doing that. January 2020, you can see the salary was increased from $14.30 to $15.75. And just this past October, that starting pay was increased from $15.75 to $16.56. For people who were already on board and below that salary, they were brought up to that start salary. For those that were at that salary, they were given a 2.5% increase for the unclassified, and for the classified, they were moved up 1 step. So there was a pay increase for all examiners across the board. I did not find DLEs on the salary summary sheet that I have. I may have just overlooked it, but I did. I was curious. I did when I found out. I think last Friday we were going to come today. I did reach out to some of my counterparts in some of the other Midwest states to kind of see where they were at, and what I'm finding the range they gave me was 1590 to 2081, and in the other offices, their vacancy rates are very similar to ours. We're all kind of in the same boat. I know in Nebraska, talking to their director, they've actually had to shut down some offices temporarily due to staffing, and fortunately, we have not reached that point. One thing I did notice one of the states do, which I think is an interesting idea. We hear from our staff, we get in at this salary and we're kind of locked at that salary. They don't see incentives to do their job better because they're not going to get a pay increase. Some of the states actually set a range for these entry-level driver's license examiners. And if they come in and provide on their application, they have more customer service experience or related experience, they're brought in at a higher step. And then they also they build in 3% increases at the 6-month mark, and then periodically until they're at the upper end of that range. So thought that was an interesting concept. I listened to one of your meetings last week or the week before, and the mention of merit pay increases was mentioned. I think driver's license examiners would be a position that could fit well in that, just because we can track a number of things on how well they're doing their job, how many transactions they do, what kind of customer surveys do they get, what's their response with the customers, how many mistakes. So, you know, that's, when we talk to our staff, that's one of the things. Pay is one thing. Being locked in at that pay is a concern of theirs as well. You know, that's basically trying to be quick. That's where we're at. I do want to point out that I think when I came in 2017, and my main task was to try to reinvent the image of the driver's license offices across the state. So a lot of things we did in the past few years really helped us get through right now with less negative impact than we could have. We opened up a new office, another office in Wichita. We opened up another one at Overland Park, much needed. We have created, just for your information, we have created what's called a mobile team. So we have a group of driver's license examiner that load up equipment, and they go out and do events at locations off-site. As you go back in your communities, if there's events that would have enough people that would make it worthwhile to do that, we'd be happy to do that. We work with Department of Corrections, so we issue credentials on site for their residents before the release, so they walk out with a credential. There's a large senior citizen living center in Overland Park in Johnson County we go to periodically and issue those IDs on site so they don't have to come out. We go to the universities and set up special events for those students, and they're very well received. So just for your knowledge, more than anything, that, you know, as you go back and think, hey, this would be a great place where we could set up, please reach out to us, and we'd be happy to do that. Overall, again, our vacancy rates, we're just hanging pretty steady, about 15% of our jobs. We're keeping up. It's not business as it was 2 years ago, but we feel good where we're at, and we'll continue to rely on the appointments and monitor those and shuffle staff from office to office as needed. So.
All right. Thank you, David. Are there any questions for David? Representative Ruiz.
I know, and I don't know if you mentioned this already, because I just blanked out for a second. I know there were some efforts to help those coming out of correctional facilities get a driver's license.
Yes.
Or some type of an ID. Has that continued?
Yes, we work with Department of Corrections and have a program set up, so they're actually getting them on site. It's almost like a remote desktop, and they're doing it on site, taking the picture, and then people in our office are doing the data entry, and so they're doing that, and then we're working with a number of programs. We go down to Sedgwick County and work with their corrections department and do on-site issuance before they're released. So yeah, that's continuing to grow.
And what kind of identification is being used in order to get the license?
They'd be the same as anybody else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Birth certificates or whatever?
Yes, correct. It's the same. And many of them just get an ID, so they have a state ID as opposed to the driver's license.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate you being here.
Sure.
You told us, when did you come on board again? Was it 18?
Myself?
Yes.
October of 17.
17, okay. So I just want to start with saying thank you. I'm out of Wichita, and when we had the Twin Lakes Stone down there, it was an absolute cluster, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, I was just appalled. I've written some pretty stern letters up to the Department of Revenue on just what I've seen in there, but they opened up the West Wichita. Oh my, I was in there 2 weeks ago for a renewal, and it flowed. The people were very professional, very, very friendly to work with, high marks on it. But I haven't been back to see if opening the west one took that much of a load off of Twin Lakes. Do you have any feel for that?
It's growing. It took a while for the word to get out that it was there, but yes, it is helping, and I appreciate the feedback. I'll share that with them. Actually, the Wichita West manager, we recently created a regional manager position, which he has taken over, so he now has both Wichita offices and over Derby, Winfield, so that, what I was talking about, shuffling people from office to office to office, he's kind of overseeing that, and it's really helped us fill the gaps when people are out in another office, but it's definitely taken the load off Twin Lakes, off of Andover, off Derby, so I'm glad to hear the positive feedback. Thank you.
For what it's worth, the one that worked with me, his first name was Jeff, just absolutely top notch. But you made a comment about students and maybe part-time. I like the thought of that. Could we use college students, et cetera, or even senior level high school students to do some of these positions on a part-time basis? And are we moving forward with that at this point, or is it just a concept?
No, right now it's in Lawrence. We have some part-time positions. So yeah, I agree with you. I think we need to explore all options, and I think we'll look at that, especially in the university areas, to continue. Right now, I think most of our job requirements pretty minimal, but I think it's a high school diploma, so that's one thing we were just talking about yesterday. If they have a valid driver's license and they're over the age of, high school seniors, a lot of times they're only going part-time, they could they could do well.
Okay, and then one more if I may, but are we currently utilizing the internet for standard renewals? And if so, about what percentage maybe goes through that? Is that helping reduce the load?
I'm sorry, and I should have mentioned that. Yes, and that's another thing. A couple of years ago, you gave us permission to start doing online renewals, so we do that. Every other renewal period, you can go online. It has not taken off like we hoped. We're only doing about 5 or 6% of the renewals are online. One of the factors was the real ID. When you get the real ID, you had to come into the office the first time to get it. So
Right.
our hope is that number, as people now have the real ID, just need a renewal, they can do it, they can do it online, and we're hoping to see that number to continue to grow.
Is there any way of pushing out a little bit of proactive advertising just to the people to know, hey, I can do this online, I don't have to go in there?
Yes, and we're working on that. We also received permission from the legislature. There was a change last year where everybody gets the little yellow renewal postcards. Now you can opt in and get that electronically. So with that electronic renewal notice, we have a lot more options to include a link to online renewals, things like that. So yes, we are pushing that out and doing what we can. Yeah, I agree. I think there's a lot of opportunity there for growth.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, and the representative got several of my questions. But I guess one additional one would be smaller communities, you can renew at the courthouse.
Yes.
Do you guys, do you pay them so much for each license? How does that work? Who funds that?
They get a transaction fee.
Transaction
So we partner with 80 county treasurers, and they offer basic service. Typically, it's just renewal services, but the county sets a transaction fee and keeps that money.
Thank you. That's a great service, and I agree with the representative, using these other avenues, there's community colleges in addition to KU. I mean, you can come to Colby where we have an office there and maybe some community college students. So thank you.
Great.
Any further questions for David? Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering how many vacancies that you have outside the Big Ten. Is that, you don't really have any issues with that? You got 65% in that Big Ten. I was wondering about the other 35.
Yeah, I could do the math. I get you the number. Our challenge there is some of those offices are 2 and 3 person offices.
Right.
So when someone's out, we have had to shut down an office for a day or two, and usually it's a smaller office just because 2 people are out. So I can sure send that back to you by office what the number. I have a spreadsheet with by office the number of vacancies.
Okay. And then a follow-up question, if I may. Do the county subsidize the license office? I mean, do you handle something different in El Dorado than you would Leewood or that type of thing? I mean, because of volume and what goes on, does the county ever subsidize these things at different levels?
For our state offices?
Yeah.
No. No.
Okay.
So and it's a per transaction fee, so we're, that's accounted for.
And they take that and work with it and make it work then?
The county fees, I'm sorry.
The county fees.
Okay,
yeah.
the county fees, they set their own fee per transaction. So it's the county employees that are doing the transactions. We have an MOU with them, we train them, we provide the equipment, but the county staff does the renewal transactions, and then the county maintains the fee they charge per transaction
Okay.
to fund that staff,
They
et
control
cetera.
that then, yeah. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any further questions, so thank you, David, for being here.
Sure.
And then we'll go ahead and move on to the next individual, and that's actually going to be Craig Knowlton again with the Department of Administration. We're going to have Frank Burnham, but he is unavailable, so we have Craig.
Yes, thank you, and I apologize if you're getting sick of me. Standing in for Frank today. Frank is our director of the Office of Facilities and Property Management in the Department of Administration, so they're responsible for the maintenance of all buildings and grounds in the Capitol complex. So we work with them to recruit and retain their maintenance staff. And this has been We briefly talked about the Hay Group survey back in 2008. The Hay Group identified our maintenance and trades as a very, very serious problem, even back then. So in FY 2009, 2010, 2011, and 13, they actually received some targeted market increases. And unfortunately, there really hasn't been anything since then. So certain key positions, our facilities maintenance supervisors, 25% behind market. Our general maintenance and repair tech is 20% behind. Physical plant supervisors are 17. And then our refrigeration and AC service techs are 22% behind. This has made it increasingly difficult to attract and retain new employees. One thing that we have been doing is where we see people in a general maintenance and repair is not necessarily one of the skilled trades, but if we see someone in that role with an aptitude for plumbing or electrical work or something like that, we help them and work with them to try and get them to either licensure or definitely promoting up within the agency. And even with that, we see a lot of those employees moving on to other employers who pay a little bit more. We're a little bit better at retaining some of our longer-term employees, but as the committee's heard, a lot of our most experienced employees are either soon will be or are currently eligible to retire. And given a lot of the physical retirement or the physical requirements of these types of jobs, we see them, they don't stay around quite as long as when they become eligible, they retire pretty quickly after that. So, you know, a retired electrician from the state can still do some things on the side and do okay. So I just wanted to hit a couple of illustrations of our current staffing levels and point out some impact. So we currently have 3 vacant refrigeration and AC service tech and 2 vacant plumber positions, and that represents 50% of those positions that the agency has total. That results in some delayed responses. As you can imagine, for plumbers, some of those can be emergency situations. Also some deferred maintenance and upkeep just kind of gets further deferred, which causes us to have a greater reliance on outside vendors for those types of issues, which particularly in those emergency situations. Similar situation, we have 7 construction and painting positions vacant, not nearly as emergency based, but sometimes we do have to rely on-call contractor services for that type of work as well. Interesting, our grounds positions, we have 5 positions vacant, and 2 of those have been vacant for over a year, even after raising the starting salaries twice. Those folks are responsible for not only the mowing and all that stuff, but also for snow and ice removal, so we're a little concerned about that. We've also had to outsource the responsibilities for mowing at the Forbes complex because of that. And finally, although they're not technically traditional maintenance roles, we have 16 custodial positions vacant. And as you know, this can result in some reduced levels of service or response time to tenants in the Capitol complex. And we've also, we're no longer able to provide those services to agencies in leased space in Topeka. It's just in the state buildings. So I think similar to what Secretary Howard said as far as recruitment efforts and everything, we are trying to, you know, we're doing LinkedIn, we're doing all this stuff. We're working with some of the technical colleges. We're doing what we can to get that word out there. I think a point that she made was if you can't make once you get a candidate, you better make an offer quick because they will move on very quickly. So we've kind of ramped up our internal processes for approval and everything, especially for the custodial and some of the other kind of higher turnover level types of positions. But although I'm speaking on behalf of the Department of Administration, I think corrections, the hospitals are also experiencing similar situations with their maintenance folks, just because they have the same type of power plants that we would have to maintain in D of A. So I think those groups would hopefully support any type of attention to these groups as well. So That's about all I have for Frank's area. I know that there were a couple of outstanding questions that, that came up in others, so I can address those if you'd like.
Yes, you may.
Okay. On tuition reimbursement, that is something that is available to agencies. It is used sporadically. Some agencies really emphasize it, others not so much. The Department of Administration has it. I think actively right now, I think there's only like 3 employees who are working on it, so it's not something that gets a lot of use, and I don't know if that's because we don't advertise it well enough, or if it's just something that isn't as available there. So the internship that Secretary Howard mentioned with respect to the practicums, while we don't have something as specific as that practicum path for all areas, it is the internship program was relaunched at the beginning of this calendar year, and multiple agencies have really taken advantage of it. We have set kind of a range of what we think the appropriate salary is for those types of positions. As you can imagine, a legal intern who's a law student is probably going to have on the higher end of things. Some of the interns at the laboratories are going to get some more, but otherwise, we think it's been from the feedback we've received, it's been very well received. I don't have retention or job offers after a result. I don't have those stats, but it's coming up on the end of the calendar year. We should have that pretty soon. We'll try and get that back for the committee. And Senator Fagg, in response to your question on the market for the human services, we only matched with other states on all but one of those benchmarks. So the market rate was based on the surrounding states. We did get a match, internal match, on the human services supervisor. We got 2 organizations, but with a total of 2 employees. So those had to be pretty small employers. But by and large, that's going to be based on what other states are paying those similar positions. And I think that was all of the notes I had as far as outstanding questions, but I'd be happy to answer any others.
All right, thank you, Craig. Were there any other questions? Representative Ruiz.
Is there a program where your employees could refer another employee and receive some kind of a bonus for that?
Unfortunately, that would conflict with the current bonus statute. Bonuses under the current statute have to be discretionary, so it can't be an if you do this, then you get this kind of a thing. So we wouldn't be able to do that. That's definitely something that has been brought up. I know corrections had, when they did some research, there were some other correctional departments that are doing that kind of thing, and I think some of the state hospitals were as well. So it's certainly something that would be a nice tool to have in the toolkit.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to tuition reimbursement, that was my question, but is that available to everybody, or is it a certain few, or you have to qualify for certain parameters or job title, or?
It is available to anyone. There are certain, like for the Department of Administration, it's essentially any type of course that would be beneficial for your job. And then I think you have to prove that you got at least a C, and then you can get reimbursed for what that was. So I know our program is kind of the template for others. I think KDOT has one that's a little bit more involved, and I know they have something very specific for their engineers. But there's no limitation on who could participate in that. It's just kind of the type of job, if you're interested, if you can apply it to what you're doing in your job, you're able to take advantage.
Follow up on that. Can you tell me, is there any, God, I don't know what the word to use, but say I'm in a position and I want to go after a couple hours of college directly related to it, but the position I'm in maybe has a rotating schedule. I'm on evenings here, I'm on days here, I'm on nights, and it does not set up with the college schedule, even if I'm doing 3 hours. Is there anything we can do to help those individuals out, say we'll give you a steady schedule as long as you're in college for the benefit of the state?
I think in a lot of agencies that would be pretty easy and is probably regularly done. I know the 24/7 facilities, based on staffing, they may not be able to be that flexible, but I know that they do what they can to offer those types of things for folks who are in that kind of a situation. But I think as long as you're not impacting your mandatory staffing levels by agreeing to something, that's certainly something that'd be permissible within the state.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Any other further questions for Craig? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, looking at contract labor versus in-house, I know when you look in the private sector today, I see contract labor showing up quite a bit, and some that kind of surprises me. And does anybody ever sit down with pros and cons for different areas to say what's the most cost-effective, service-efficient way to do that?
I know it's gotten a lot of attention the last couple of years, particularly I think it was referenced for nursing positions. That was where the need was really, really evident. It's difficult because if you're in that situation where you're looking at that as a potential solution, it's likely because you're not able to fill your vacant positions that you have. So you have to balance, okay, I know I'm going to be paying more for that position. How does that offset against requiring more of my staff to cover those shifts with additional overtime, and my ability to actually get more employees to fill those roles? So it's a fairly complex analysis, and I think it does differ from different places, like the impact on a 24/7 facility and the things that would have to be considered would be different there, as far as someone going, we need to get a contract IT provider to do X, Y, Z. So I know it's been a hot topic, and a lot of agencies do make that analysis and balance those potential costs when they look into that, but I don't know that there's any set format for doing that. Quite frankly, those options have been, the contractors have been more available for critical skills or roles. So I think some agencies have just felt like we have to take advantage of this because we just can't get it done with our own employees. So I think unfortunately it's been a necessity in a lot of situations, but as hopefully things are getting better, we can make a little bit better balanced decision on that.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you, Craig, for being here 2 times this morning.
Sure, no problem.
Committee, it's about 12:15, so we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. First, if you haven't submitted your payment voucher to me, please get that over to me so we can have that turned in. And then when we return to lunch at 1:30, you'll see on the agenda that it's written only testimony on board member compensation. So please review that. And then we're going to go directly into committee comments and recommendations when we return at 1:30. So until then, we are in recess until 1:30. Like the only member that we're missing from after lunch is Representative Delperdang. So we'll just take a few minutes. There should be 7 pieces of written testimony. So we'll just take a few minutes so everybody can read through those. And then, I don't know, probably about 1:30, 1:40, we'll resume the meeting and then go through recommendations and committee comments. All right, committee will go ahead and resume. Everybody should have had should have been able to read through the 7 pieces of written testimony. So now we'll move into committee comments and then recommendations that this committee would like to make to the legislature when we convene on January 9th. So does anybody want to start? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think we certainly want to address the issue of compensation for boards, especially because there's so many differences. And it would have been just what was the statute passed when that board was created. So I would like to consider paying members the same way that we pay legislators for a board meeting. So that would be per diem and expenses and travel, except if that member of the board is also a state employee.
And is that for, that's very similar to the recommendation that I had written down. But that I was also wanting to equalize all the boards so they had the same pay, because right now, when we had our meeting on the 29th, there are some boards that are designated in statute of having a different rate. And I would like to make all of them the same.
So that my suggestion was, if you're a member of a
same?
board, that you receive the same payment, and I was just suggesting we start with considering legislative, the legislative salary and per diem.
Is there any discussion on that recommendation? Representative Ruiz.
I guess I want to hear figures, what that would look like. Right now, it looks like all the board members are being paid $35.
Well, at our last meeting, we did have, there are some boards that are paid higher amounts.
Right.
So it'd be kind of hard right now on the spot to generate a total dollar figure, unless Dylan and JG can think of something real quick. All right. Senator Francisco.
And we need to remember that some of these funds would be state general funds, but many of them would also be fee funds. So it's not all going to be an impact on our bottom line. I know the bankers I've heard their testimony. They're very interested in using this as a way to encourage people to participate.
Any other further discussion? Senator Kluse.
I didn't recall. What are the higher amounts that you were referring to? Do you have any of those, or just on average, or?
Would have been in the folder from the last meeting. It's the reviser of statutes. Okay, so the specific statutory compensation authority, so Racing Gaming Commission, Kansas Lottery, Kansas Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees, State Board of Regents, State Civil Service Board. Those are all the ones that were on that memo, correct? All right. There may be others, but these are the ones that were supplied to us at our meeting on the 29th.
Yeah, and I'm looking at those. So the one has $70. State Civil Service Board. You had mentioned that there were others that were higher amount. I was just trying to get a grasp of what those higher amounts were.
David, do we I mean, there's more boards, and I mean, there's just a snapshot.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is intended to be a kind of a sampling or a snapshot of examples of where there are differences within particular statutes that vary from the sort of the general $35 per diem. So yeah, like, so racing and gaming and the lottery are subject to appropriation limits. Would be determined by the governor, and it kind of has varied through the years. The Capers Board is sort of like how Senator Francisco was describing in her recommendation. It's like those Capers members get paid as a legislator would be paid as when they're serving on a board of commissioners. That would be like the $88 per day plus subsistence, expenses, mileage, and then similar for the State Board of Regents as well. And then the civil services, that was that specific $70 per diem versus, the $35, but.
That's most of them. All right. Did I answer your question, Senator Cluse? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also think if we establish that sort of level playing field, then when the committee who's reviewing this would have an opportunity to hear if there's any special board that should have an exemption. But it would establish this as a sort of across-the-board compensation package for board members.
I'm fine with that. Any further discussion? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Senator Francisco and everything she's saying there, and I'm sitting there as we read through this stuff. A lot of this is voluntary, takes a lot of time. That's what we do. 35 is too less, and I think the idea of being able to say you're getting paid the same as the legislators are, or something to that, because I kind of had $100 on my mind, but the $88. The other thing is that when you get paid, you're going to pay federal tax, state tax, FICA, what do you got left in that kind of deal? So it's not really the money, and I think some of these you can't pay enough to cover in what you're really doing. So it is a service to the state. So I kind of agree with what Senator Francisco is saying.
Oh, and the Board of Tax Appeals, but that's because we changed it from a court to a board, and that's why they showed up on the report last time we met. To just keep that in mind, that we would have to make an exemption for the Board of Tax Appeals.
Would they be considered employees?
Yes.
So,
They'd be exempted in your
so I'm saying if it's state employees,
Right.
it should not be included. And then this would provide not a large increase, but every time the expenses go up for legislators, that would add a bit to the compensation for the board. So there would be a small annual sort of increase.
Any further discussion? All right, we'll make that recommendation. We don't need to formally take a vote. So we'll just have that be recommended to probably Ways and Means and Appropriations would be the committee that will have these recommendations be reported to. Just a recommendation. Then the committee chairs can handle how they want to do that when the time comes. I mean, I have a whole list of recommendations, but I wanted to see if anybody else had any. All right. That was actually my first recommendation. Oh. Can I try for your second? Yes, you can try for the second. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I would like to look at the opportunity for changing retirement for both, I know corrections and for the Department of Wildlife and Parks, to consider them as part of the fire.
KPF.
They all know what it is. firefighters. I think particularly for the Department of Wildlife and Parks, they were, well, that was a different issue about compensation. But that would not, again, not be state general funds, because that could be fee funds. It would be state general funds from the Department of Corrections. And I'm trying to remember if there were any other requests to join that. Staff could help if there, I know those two. Were there any other requests for? Everybody wants it. I'm identifying the people that I think should be included. And I think staff is going to look into State Fire Marshal. I don't know if that's been a request for their employees or not. But the two that we've mentioned and heard from, I would like included.
Yeah, that was not a recommendation I had. Senator Billinger?
Yeah, if you're going to do that, you might as well just open it up to everybody. Let's just do away with capers and just put everybody under KP&F. I mean, because you start down that list, it gets long and long and long. And, you know, the guards downstairs, I mean, where do you draw the line? The prisons, the guards at the prisons? I mean, your parole officers, I mean, you just, well, open it up, you're going to open it up. But that's been the problem all along. This has been coming up ever since I got here 12 years ago. So that's the problem, is who do you let in and who do you not let in? And when you say that it's a fee, who pays them fees?
People who buy guns.
Well, not only guns. If you want to go fishing, take your grandson fishing, you got to buy a fishing license.
I believe most of those fees are from the matching federal funds that are purchases of ammunition and guns. So in this case, I think an argument was made about the performance, and I think we're very lucky as legislators that we can keep our jobs easily in our later years. But if you're required to, you know, run after a suspect or do physical, there's physical requirements because of your job, then I think it is appropriate to allow an earlier retirement age.
Any further discussion? Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with Senator Billinger. I'm sitting here, was talking to a teacher over the weekend, was talking about a 300-pound guy put an arm lock on her, you know, and I think everybody has a lot of risk in today's world. So I don't know where you start and where you stop with that process. Just my opinion.
Senator Francisco.
Do we still have an earlier age that teachers can retire, or is that not true?
David.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, under, when Capers 1, you know, originally you had the 85-point rule, age plus years of service, but going forward with Capers 2 and the Capers 3, you know, that was the age 60 with 30 years of service, or 65 with 5. I mean, there is some options for an early retirement, but then it has to be reduced by an actuarial factor. But you know, the normal retirement is no longer the 85 points. So,
Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm thinking this could be worked in a committee somewhere on a different day. That's my opinion.
And I would probably assume, like Senator Billinger said, it's been here the 12 years that he's been here. I'm sure there's going to be something introduced that is going to be in committee. Any further discussion?
Specific to Capers or?
Moving Department of Corrections employees and Kansas Wildlife and Parks to KP&F. It's been circulating for every year for the last few years.
I know. If I do.
So,
Okay, and I know we've got Mr. Bowman out there listening to, but I'd asked you when we were here, what, 2 weeks ago or whatever, and we kind of tipped on it, but because I think I even carried that bill at one time on the House floor. But I'm still struggling with the amount of turnover we see in Department of Corrections, whether it's from pay or what have you, that if they move to a KPNF and it takes a 15-year vesting time, what are we really doing to the people? Are we hurting them or are we helping them? Yeah, it's a better turnout or payout in the end, but if I'm sitting there for 5 years and I move on, end up with nothing versus something. I'd be vested in the regular capers today, which they're kind of a modified capers too, I believe. So that's the concern I've got of moving them over there. And if I'm wrong, I'd love to hear someone from the audience say that, but.
Senator Francisco?
Was I thought the testimony was that the staff was requesting that from corrections, and perhaps we could get a clarification.
Right.
Yes.
Randy Bowman, Kansas Department of Corrections. Yeah, I think what we've heard from the workforce over the recent years when this topic's come up is that they are largely in favor of the KPNF, even with the 15-year vesting versus the, I believe, 5, 10 when you were my age on the old plan, because of that earlier, and then the multiplier is so significant once you get to that point. So that's my best take on it, is they are in favor, even though it'd be 15 years to get there. And I think just me thinking of it, of if you're going to make a career with us, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, doesn't really matter how long you're vested in. If you're really committed to staying here anyways, you're going to hit that market at some point, or that mark at some point.
Yes.
Well, I've got you here. Can you say, is it a high percentage of your COs, for example, if they do leave, do they maybe go over into another entity that would be covered under PNF? Or do they go elsewhere outside, or, in other words, gee, I might only get 5 years with corrections, but if I continue on as say a sheriff or something that would fall under KPNF, it may be totally irrelevant at that point.
I've never seen any data on that, so I hate to speculate. But yeah, we have some who go on to an agency like that, but we'll have probably far more that just leave the state of Kansas, period, would be my assumption.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Is this something that we want to recommend? I'm seeing a lot of head nods and shaking heads. We'll go ahead and do a vote. Those in favor of this recommendation, raise your right hand. Opposed? It comes down to me. I am almost certain.
Mr. Chairman, it's Susan. If you want me to vote, I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you, Susan.
Uh-huh.
But I was just going to say, most likely, if history follows itself, there's going to be a bill introduced next session. So I was going to vote to not have it be a recommendation from this special committee, because I'm almost 100% certain there's going to be a bill introduced next legislative session.
Can she vote if she's not in the building?
Representative Delperdang?
That was a question. If we're moving on, I've actually got kind of a string of several, so feel free to stop me as needed. But I'd love to just jump forward in this. Concerning capers, I would like to actually request, or I'd like to see something to the extent of an actuarial study done to determine the true differentiation between capers 2 and capers 3. And the reason I'm going that way is the state employees are not getting rich working here. That's no question there. But are we in the end shortchanging them when it comes to retirement plan for those who are falling over on KPERS 3? And with that question is, could we possibly start rolling the existing or future employees back onto a KPERS 2 type, but then what's the cost to the state? I don't know what that answer is to know if it's feasible or not. So knowing KPERS 3 has only been around since what, I want to say 2016, give or take? 15. Okay. So it's not been in play a long time, but it is several years. And I don't know what kind of an expense that would be, but that could be a possible game changer if people are looking at the retirement funds long term. So you want me to keep going or just?
No,
stop
let's discuss that recommendation
Okay.
first. And I'm assuming that you would want to have that reviewed by the Pensions and Benefits
I'm thinking
Committee?
that, or is that something we go to state treasurer with the, Steve Johnson on? I don't know. I'm open to whatever, on whoever has to review that.
I'm going to say, you're the maker of the recommendation, so.
Well, where's the proper one to send that for an actuarial study? Oh.
Yeah, they got to report it, report it.
Obviously, it's not to this committee. We won't be there at this point, will we?
No, it'd be, during the legislative session.
Yeah. So, KPERS is what? Insurance and pensions, isn't it? I think it should go back under that. During this session. I don't know, how long does it typically take to do an actuarial study? Is that 6 months, or is it a year, or is it, what is it, Yeah, so it may not happen this session, but okay. Okay, that would be fine.
Discussion, Senator Francisco.
So I'm assuming that there would be some cost to the actuarial study, and I'm thinking it might be best for this committee to just recommend that the committee consider an actuarial study or audit. It may be that KPERS can provide sort of enough sort of information without having to do that study, but just to make our recommendation that the House Committee on Pensions and Insurance consider the costs and benefits of KPERS 2 and 3, because I, like you, saw that there was a difference in what the employees were ending up with.
No, you just make a change to your recommendation if you agree with what Senator Francisco
I
just
like
applied.
the route she's going, and I would recommend we do that if we can.
All right. Representative Poskin.
Thank you. Not a motion, but just commentary that our school districts are having a hard time retaining and attracting teachers as well. And the Shawnee Mission School District in particular asked for a return to KPERS Tier 2 for those hired after January of 2015. So I don't know if that would be part of this as well.
JG?
Mr. Chairman, the Pensions Committee is recommending that a joint select committee be established to look at KPERS 3 and the return that is there and the formula that's there. So, I mean, they're setting something up along those lines. I didn't know if you wanted to continue with this or not, but I just wanted to let you know that that is out there on a recommendation from the Pensions and Investments and Committee.
Do you still want to make the recommendation, or?
If I don't want to double up the work, I mean, if it's truly going to be done by them, okay, then I would leave it as we just recommended.
Okay. Senator Francisco.
Or we could add recommendation that the committee looks at it or appoint a select committee. Because then.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I listen to the discussion, one thing I would question is that there was a reason Tier 3 was set up, you know, through that process, and understanding the history of why is kind of important. The other thing, my focus still is on unfunded liabilities. So when we still have that hanging out over our head and we're thinking of how can we give them more money, we have to be careful with that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, I'm not seeing any consternation by anybody, so I believe that is going to be a recommendation by the committee. Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Chairman. I will continue on. Obviously, from hearing the testimony we have today and the previous time we met, you know, it seems like we continue to struggle along in many state entities. I guess what I'm trying to say here is it's time that we recognize that, and it's time that we start stepping up to really do something about it. And with that said, today we heard about a pay raise of 15.29% for the judges. I struggle with that, but it may be reasonable or even necessary for some of the other departments. I look at what's going on at Department of Corrections or some of the others. Maybe that's something we need to be looking at as far as certain categories to get them fully up to market value at this point. I'm going to stop there, and I've got more after that. But so I guess the recommendation is, are we planning to give further consideration to some of the departments that are currently behind market values in the state as a result of this committee? And if so, have we kind of decided which ones to go after?
Well, and that was actually very similar to one of the recommendations I was going to make was to have the respective, I know budget committees in the House and the Senate can do either the standing committees or budget committees if there happens to be one, to evaluate, depending on what the governor submits in her budget, if there's going to be a blanket pay increase. Then when we're going through the different departments' budgets and actually look at, have an in-depth conversation about the employees that are greatly under market. As the Department of Administration said, the gauge where you kind of want to be is either 5% over or 5% under. But we have a lot of positions that, through the pay increases that we've done over the past few years, are now significantly above that 5%, but then there's other positions that are significantly below. And so that's what my recommendation was going to be, is to have the budget committees of the House and the Senate really evaluate and try to get those jobs up to market pay as much as we possibly can. Representative Sutton.
Chairman Peck used to do exactly the same thing. First time, I think it was on accident. After that, it was not. One of the things that's left out that strikes me when we're looking at the market equity study is that state employees have other benefits that aren't necessarily reflected in the salary. In fact, they're most certainly not reflected in the salary. Things like the health insurance program and capers and what have you, greatly reduced number of work days, that sort of thing. So that's something that I'd really like to look into when we're saying we want to make this market equitable, to figure all of these factors in, rather than just straight starting salary at this pay grade. I think there's a lot more that we have to look at in order to truly determine market equitability.
I think that's fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we review that market, could we also, and this maybe would be sort of a tag-along recommendation, that the committees review sort of any items that, or any salaries that could be considered an oversight. And I think one would be when we talked about wildlife and parks, natural resources officers not getting the 5% increase that everyone else got because they weren't named in the bill. So I think there's two things to do. One is to look at the market study, and the other is to just make sure there's an opportunity to review those jobs that were not included in the otherwise overall employee increase last year.
And that is perfectly fine with Representative Delperdang. Representative Ruiz.
Do we or can we ask the budget committees to specifically look at certain employees?
Not employees, but employee type, like the different
Yes,
grade.
yes, yes.
Yeah, we can't, do employees. but
Right.
The different grade levels.
I'm thinking about the human services assistant, who are very below the market rate.
Yeah, no, I think that is part of the recommendation, correct? All right.
Don't ask me to repeat it.
Senator Francisco.
I'm hearing from staff that there may be another reason that wildlife and parks was excluded, so I think at this point, I may withdraw that. They may be on a every other year annual increase. So I won't create more work for the committee if it's not needed.
I'm sure Dylan has all the information on this recommendation, so. All right, I'm not seeing any consternation over that one, so that'll be a recommendation from the special committee. Representative Delperdang.
Thank you for letting me continue. We've heard different comments about recruiting by different departments. Sounds like some are really on top of it, others are struggling. So I guess, I don't know if it's so much a recommendation, but rather a question. Do we have statewide recruiting efforts? Do we have statewide standards for the different departments? Are we doing it all internal, or can we use external recruiters type sources? And without knowing the answer to that, I don't know how, there's certain things I'd like to recommend, but we may already be doing it. So it's more of a question of, are we at this point? Do we have the standards across the board?
I would say by the testimony that was even supplied today is that we do not.
I tend to agree. I tend to agree.
Because, I mean, we had Secretary Howard was talking about their recruitment, which was starkly different than the judicial branch.
Correct.
And then when we even had the department administration talking about how they do recruiting, it varied. I think it varies from department to department. We don't have a central recruitment effort.
Yeah, or a repository of talent, so to speak. So I guess my recommendation would be that we establish some sort of a state, possibly even a recruiting office or something, to go after the talent that may have specialists in there that know the external sources they can use to get hold of the people. Discussion?
Is there a discussion on this recommendation by Representative Delperdang? Representative Ruiz.
I'm trying to think. It just jumped out of my head. Yes, thank you for saying that, Representative Delperdang. That was going to be something I was going to talk about too, and to look at being able to somehow have an incentive for an employee who recommends another employee. I know we can do that in the business market stuff, so, if there's those kinds of things that is preventing us to widen up our ability to recruit, if we could look at that and see if there's something that we can do to be able to allow something like that to happen.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just adding to the discussion, I was around some people this summer, 25 states represented in 5 provinces of Canada. Every one of them was having employment problems, every one of them. So as we throw money and we try to do this, where's that new employee going to come from? Is that going to take from somebody else that's going to have a problem? So we got to be very careful about how much money we throw at that, how effective we are in what we do in recruiting. and kind of keep that in our mind, because it's a very complex thing that marketing's not just going to do this, I thought, in my opinion.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I agree with Senator Fagg. I've been to, I don't know, 3 or 4 conferences since we got out in May, and I haven't been to one conference where there was one state out of 50 that doesn't have these same problems of recruiting. And we've heard about recruiting along the border, Nebraska in particular, taking our teachers. She mentioned teachers. They're short teachers in Nebraska, way shorter than we are. But I do think we should look at some of the programs that these other states are using. You know, what is Nebraska using to get prison guards, teachers, and so forth? But one of the things that I do know is that there's a difference in Nebraska and Kansas just in the retirement systems. So sometimes you're not comparing apples to apples. You got apples and oranges. But I do think that these methods that they're using for recruitment are something we should look at. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. But every state, like Senator Fagg said, that I've talked to, they all have the same shortages, whether it's their prisons, whether it's their schools. It's across the board.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to jump on this dog pile. I agree with my friends from the east side there. It struck me as humorous, the very notion that we could come to a meeting and have the discussion of how we couldn't fill the position of recruiter, which is a very real possibility. Due to the fact that, as was mentioned, statewide, nationwide, this same issue is going on. I think that a centralized recruiting office is not a particularly good plan. I would encourage, however, each agency to actually spend effort on retention and recruitment rather than just saying it's a money issue. Could it be a money issue? Sure, but we haven't ruled out anything else. And so I would strongly urge, if recruitment is a big issue, let's actually treat it as a big issue amongst the agencies before we take the, I think, rather heavy-handed approach of creating a new office parked in some agency designed to strictly recruit state employees. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So going on that, Representative Sutton, would it be your suggestion that we don't do this recommendation of a central recruiting office, but however, when we're going through the budgets and we've already have the recommendation that we're going to talk about bringing the pay up to market, or what would that take, that they also talk to those budget committees, also talk to the agencies and departments on what is your recruiting effort? What are you doing to market for new employees?
That would be exactly my recommendation, yes. And then in the budget committees, I would take a very dim view of throwing money at the problem if I don't see any other solutions being attempted.
Is that all right with the maker of the recommendation?
I'm open on that.
All right. Discussion. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm seeing this a little differently. I don't know that we want an office for recruiting, but it might be good to have, if it's either the Human Resources Department for the Department of Administration, at least put together sort of recruitment ideas for agencies and boards. You know, it's fine to say every agency should do this, but if you're, some of these boards, you know, real estate board or something, you may have 3 or 4 employees. So all of a sudden, putting together a recruitment plan for that size of a board is very different than the Department of Administration itself. So some of this may be more important to have ideas of what we're suggesting that an agency could do rather than have someone be doing the recruiting for them.
Well, I think that's why we kind of shifted the recommendation now to let's talk to the agencies and departments on what their recruiting effort is, and not recommend a central recruiting office.
And I'm not recommending a central recruiting office, but I think to share ideas or have the Department of Administration's HR staff share a list with the other agencies, here are some ideas for recruiting that we think you should consider, is not a central recruiting office, but also helps them instead of making the legislature be the conduit through which we get ideas, because not everybody's going to hear the presentation that we heard from Department of Children and Families about the different things they're doing. I think it'd just be easier to have it as a list than for a committee to repeat it to every board.
Representative Poskin.
Thank you. Building on that, I think what Senator is speaking to is information sharing. We heard fabulous information from KDADS today that I had not heard before in their significant recruiting efforts. And then back in our Committee in Transportation and Public Safety Budget, we hear KDOT and what they've been working on. So perhaps a recommendation that committees ask for the information during committee hearings and then compile it and bring it back to Director Knowlton or something so that it can be shared interagency in the state. And they can take the ideas that are relevant to their particular issues.
Any further discussion? Got all that, Dylan? Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this, we're just having a discussion here. But one option might be that when we look at the number of employees we got in the state of Kansas, that we do a real analysis on cost effective and service efficient. And maybe there's some areas that we could cut down. And those people, as they get cut down, we've got plenty of jobs out there. So this might be a unique opportunity to consider that.
Is that a recommendation?
If I can get a second on it.
We don't need to do a second.
Oh, okay. No, I think that's one of the options we need to look at. Now, I don't have all the details. I'm just sitting here for discussion, saying that's one area that we can consider.
Any discussion on that recommendation? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back when we had the study on how to save money,
The efficiency study.
the efficiency study, that would have been the place to look for those kinds of efficiencies. And my recollection is none were found.
It can still be a recommendation. All right, I'm not seeing any further discussion. The other one that, are you done? Yeah. Okay. Just making sure. The other recommendation that I had is in regards to the handout that was given to us today, where statutorily we have these commissions and boards that have not met for quite some time. And so to clean up the statutes, I would make a recommendation that we eliminate some of these, and some were special boards that no longer need to be in the statutes. And so the recommendation would be to evaluate this list of boards and commissions that have not met for quite some time, especially if you have one that hasn't met since 1996, and then have those removed from the statute books. Is there any discussion on that? Senator Francisco.
What would be the appropriate committee for that review?
I would say that would be Appropriations and Ways and Means.
I think that's fine, but you're giving them a lot of work. I mean, I'm just saying local government needs some work to do this next session. So consider us.
Well, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. As you look at this list and you look at how these are statutes, but somebody told me like in regulations, we had 3,300,000 words. Somewhere we got to start cleaning things up. This is a good place to start. and be working through that kind of process. And if we need something down the road, then we do something about it. But let's get some of this old stuff off the books.
I agree. Any further discussion? All right, that'll be a recommendation. The next one I had, and actually this is the last one that I have, is, yes.
Did we decide on where it should go? I've got the support from Senator
It doesn't, it's going to appropriations and ways and means. Yes. The next is when we're looking at pay increases, and this was something that we discussed at the last meeting and at this meeting today. And there are, I think it was referred to as geographical differentials. And so when we're looking at, for example, I'm not saying because they're in the room, but corrections, and we're looking at the Norton Correctional Facility, which is, at the last meeting, we're competing with Nebraska. They offering a $28 starting wage. We were at $18.16. And so there's another issue with Norton than there is with El Dorado or Lansing, which are going to have their own components as well. El Dorado is going to be competing with a metro market, as will Lansing. And that would also be the same for the state hospitals. And this would also encompass the relationship between the Larned State Hospital and Larned Correctional Facility. And I think we need to start, the recommendation would be, again, not knowing what the governor's budget is going to be when submitted, but if there's a pay increase that we don't do across the board, we actually look at the different areas and try to figure out what each market is different and how do we address it. Is there any discussion? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a good idea, but I think it's going to take a lot of research, because there's so many factors to consider. It can't just be, this is what, the Kansas-Nebraska issue is. So how does all that research get done? And not in a 1 hour or 1.5 hour Senate committee.
I was like, we've done them before in the House side, and we have informational hearings on what they are dealing with and the different agencies or departments.
Again, I think it's good to consider. I just am thinking it's going to require a fair amount of research.
Probably will. Any other further discussion? Representative Delperdang.
I'm just questioning, does our Department of Research, can they help us on that? That's kind of a question.
Dialing.
Mr. Chairman, one option would be to limit the scope originally and maybe select a group of agencies that have multiple locations across the state, such as Department of Corrections or the Department of Children and Families, and then maybe also request testimony specifically from them on market rate comparisons so that we can sort of compile that data together.
Well, the three that I had was Department of Transportation, because they have offices all across the state, Department of Corrections, and then our state hospitals. Those are the three entities that I had in the back of my mind.
I agree. And then just kind of a closing comment on that is, yes, it might take a fair amount of research. My opinion, we owe it to our employees and to the state workers here. We need to do something. So, thank you.
Any further discussion?
On just this issue or other topics?
Oh, this issue. All right, see none? That is going to be a recommendation. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing that we did not talk about much during the committee, heard a little testimony on, was what are the things we need to touch on in terms of employee compensation? So I'm very interested and probably more concerned that, we talk about when we do a percentage across the board, that we really increase the spread between lower paid and higher paid employees by a significant amount. So if you're earning $20,000 and you're getting a 5% increase, what is that, $500? Or if you're earning $100,000, it's $5,000. I guess 1,000 or 5,000. So that's really having an impact, and I think leading to problems of market rate comparison, because you don't necessarily see that as much in the private sector, that everybody gets the same percentage across the board. So I would hope that we would look at employee increases as being a combination of a flat rate and a percentage instead of instead of just the percentage.
Any discussion? All right, seeing none, that'll be a recommendation as well. Any further recommendations? Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things and the reasons that our committee made a recommendation to have the special committee on state compensation, and you'll excuse the expression, but it seems, you know, as a especially a person new to this, that state compensation is a little bit of a game of whack-a-mole, and where there is a squeaky wheel or a connection to a legislator or something that, you know, pay gets bumped up here or there. And you know, I would like to see a consistent compensation philosophy based on internal equity and external competitiveness. And so one of the things that I think we need to do is immediately address our areas that we have information on, where, say, a human service assistant is minus 30% from market pay. But I would like to see that, you know, it's been 14 years since we have complete data. You know, and I look at the Hay Group study as being complete data, and I know that the administration data hits one benchmark and it doesn't look at everything. So I would make a recommendation that we look forward and see the feasibility of doing another complete compensation study.
Any discussion? All right, seeing none, that'll be recommended as well. Any further recommendations? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask if staff could talk again with Craig Knowlton and ask for his 3 areas of compensation. I just got in on the plane and got home at 2 o'clock this morning, so I didn't find those notes and bring them. But I've written them down. I think they have them, but I think it would be good as part of our report to identify those 3 areas of concern, and I think it also fits in with the representative's comments about being more sort of overarching and having a consistent plan.
Yeah, do that. Wait, we'll get that taken care of. All right, I'm not seeing any further recommendations. It was a pleasure working with you guys for the last 2 meetings. And if I don't see you, have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I will see all each other on January 9th. We are adjourned.